Hi, everybody. We're just about 1:30 GMT, so a few minutes and we will kick off. We're just waiting. There's a few more people joining, so another few, probably less than 1 minute, and we'll kick off. Thank you. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Extract Summit 2020. My name is Marie Moynihan, and I'm the head of marketing here at Scraping Hub. And we're delighted to welcome you to our first virtual event. And we had hoped to be in London to do this event, but obviously COVID had other ideas. But the one, I suppose, great benefit or great plus of being virtual is that we've been able to welcome people from all over the world to this event. Before we get started, the agenda for the day will be on extractsummit.io/live if you want to go there, and you can join all of the tracks from there. We have a little bit of housekeeping just to make sure the day runs smoothly for everybody, and I'm just going to go through that with you now. Talks have been pre-recorded, and we did this so that you would have consistency and quality of the content being delivered. But the speakers are with us live and will be available to have answers to all of your questions and chat to you during the events. So please do, on the Q&A section down at the bottom of the screen, put in all of your questions, and you can also upvote them with the thumbs up so that if you see a question that you definitely want to make sure it gets answered during the session, make sure to upvote it. We have 2 tracks today. This is track 1, and so this link will keep you on this track for the entire day. But we also have a second track, and that will start at 14:30 GMT, that's 9:30 EST or 6:30 AM PT, and will be accessible from the event page. Don't forget to share with the hashtag Extract Summit. We'd love to see you all chat about this great event across your social networks. And we've also, I suppose, set up a LinkedIn group. One of the great feedbacks we got last year from the event was the networking and people being able to talk to each other and really, chat with other people in the industry, similar, problems that they're facing. And to help kind of facilitate that in this virtual world, we've set up a LinkedIn group. It's called Web Data Extraction Extract Summit, and we see a lot of people have joined already. So what we would recommend is people head over there and log in or join with LinkedIn, and then you'll be able to see everybody that's at the event and hopefully kind of have that networking experience. Fortunately, it's not a pint of Guinness, which we did have in Dublin last year, but hopefully we'll get to meet each other and continue that whole networking effect. Of course, all the sessions and all of the 2 tracks will be recorded. So don't worry if there's a conflict between track 1 and track 2. We'll make all of the sessions available to you after the session or after the day is over. So to get started, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Shane Evans. Shane is the CEO of Scraping Hub, which he co-founded in 2010. Scraping Hub is a web data extraction company headquartered in Cork in Ireland. Shane has been involved with startups since joining lastminute.com in '99, where he led the engineering team. Shane has always seeked out interesting challenges at the leading edge of technology. Frustrated with the lack of a scalable web scraping technology, he developed an open source framework, Scrapy, which today is still used by over 1 million developers. Since then, under Shane's leadership, Scraping Hub has developed a suite of solutions and services with one purpose: to get your precise and accurate web data, to put you ahead and give you a competitive advantage. So welcome, Shane.
Thanks, Marie. It's great to be here. Let me, if somebody else could stop sharing so I could share my presentation. There we go, thanks. Fantastic. Can you all see that? I don't think I even have chat, so I presume somebody tell me if you can't see it or if there's a problem with the audio. So look, welcome again to the Web Data Extraction Summit. It's great to be back. We've had so much interest in it this year. This morning when we checked, there was over 1,800 people had registered. So it's great. We've got a great schedule ahead of us today, which is great to see. You know, before this summit, I certainly felt that there was nowhere we could come together to learn from each other. That's why I wanted to start an industry event, not just a Scraping Hub event. I felt that there was a need for more widely adopted best practices. I wanted to hear from other people doing cool things, to be inspired, to inspire others to innovate and build some awesome things with data. And I think last year delivered. We had some inspiring talks, we learned lots, and we had a bit of fun afterwards. And of course, being into data, we followed up with a survey. Now, most people thought it was excellent. In fact, there was no poor or very poor ratings at all. And we had an NPS, which is a Net Promoter Score of 48, which is really good for this kind of event. And we were delighted, given it was our first time running something like this. But what about the feedback? Well, I was delighted to see that there was an appetite for more advanced talks and more technical content. So it wasn't just the common use cases that maybe everybody could relate to, but it was actually the interesting or unusual use cases that were more popular. A few people pointed to the TALFinder Alliance presentation as their highlight, and I certainly love that talk. And I'm delighted that Amanda and from Hyperion Grey is back this year, along with Chris Dickinson from Uncharted Software this time. And we'll hear how their mission has progressed in the last year. They'll also tell us how they're moving into new domains and tackling new problems with the same technology. You know, so important problems and an inspiring story. And you know, in other talks, you'll hear things like how the intelligence services are using open source data and all about crawling the dark web. And as well as your suggestions, this time around, we had a call for proposals, and we had a lot of great proposals submitted. So we're feeling pretty good about ourselves as we planned the 2020 event. We were thinking, let's go bigger. And we were looking at other possible venues in the US and in the UK. And as Marie mentioned, we'd selected somewhere in London. And we were just about to put down a deposit when we canceled due to the pandemic. Now, of course, at that time, our priority wasn't running an event. You know, it was looking after our staff, it was helping our customers and businesses that were impacted. because whenever you need to understand what's going on in the world, you need data. And web data in particular is a very useful resource. And we decided that, we decided to help anybody who could use web data to tackle COVID-19. So we gave access to our products for free. In fact, we still do for this purpose. And we took on several projects. Those were things along the lines of gathering COVID-related statistics from different sources, keeping track of donations, gathering data from different places to try and understand the impact on the economy, and tracking news. In fact, we created a global news data set specifically for coronavirus research. And today we're going to hear from Nikki Tetamonte, who will be talking about web scraping for real-time surveillance of food security policies. Again, this is COVID-19 related. We also helped others make the transition to remote working. Scraping Hub is a remote first company, and we shared our experiences with others. And this transition for us, at least, wasn't a huge distraction because we had been remote, a remote working company all along. So we continued to innovate. Last year, we talked about how Scraping Hub was using machine learning to perform data extraction, and we unveiled our Auto Extract API. Since then, we've added support for other common data types. We've added product reviews, vehicles, and jobs, and we'll aim to cover all the other common data types over time. We've also improved the quality significantly, especially on non-English sources. But look, and you can see here actually the graphs on the right-hand side show how it compares to the other solutions across a number of different statistics. And you can see both precision and recall are better. But we're not aiming to be better than the other solutions. And what we're aiming for is to be good enough for the use cases our customers have. And this is improving all the time. In fact, we're getting closer to human level accuracy in many cases. Specific cases, like if you compare to a programmer, for example, there are cases where it can be difficult for them to always craft the right rules when there's a variation in page structure. So we see it being exceptionally useful in those situations. So look, we're getting closer and closer to our dream of high quality web data available almost immediately and at scale. And we're about to take a big step towards that goal in the coming months. We'll go from our current simple request-based extraction API to a more complete data offering. Now, but today, we're going to talk about some of the technology behind that, and you'll catch a glimpse at a project called AutoCrawl, which aims to apply machine learning to the web crawling task. Ivan has a talk about that later today. And of course, AutoCrawl is built on Scrapy. It uses the Scrapy framework. They complement each other nicely. And we will, of course, continue to use Scrapy as our primary choice for websites that either aren't processed well enough by automated means, or there's a need for a more optimized approach. And the Scrapy project itself has been very active in the last couple of years, actually. And we're doing a better job than ever in maintaining it and providing support to the community. So the graph here shows the time to close new issues, and look how it's fallen in recent years. And during that time, also the pace of development of new features has increased. In 2020, so far, Scrapy has had 5 major releases, and the 6th may well happen before the end of the year. And that's by far the most in Scrapy history. Actually, since we released 1.0 back in 2015, it took us until 2019 to get to 1.8. So that's an average of 2 a year, and not all of those were substantial releases. Over the last year, Scrapy got, we released Drop Python 2 support. We released partial support for coroutines, experimental async IO support, and a bunch of other stuff like using any object as a Scrapy item, more powerful and flexible feed export configuration, IPv6 support, and so on. Each release has brought something new and useful. And we've got some nice stuff coming soon. So support for HTTP 2 has been implemented by an outstanding Google Summer Code student, and it's in the process of being tested in benchmarks, getting ready for being merged. So today we're going to have 2 talks on 2 Scrapy related talks. One is by Mikhail about the hidden Scrapy features that you need to know. And the second one is by Victor Torres. He's going to talk about WebPoet, which is a great way to separate your extraction from your crawling logic, which is really good practice, especially at any scale. I'd also like to just highlight some of the other open source things that have been, the other open source projects besides Scrapy. We have a lot of open source libraries, and I'd just like to talk about DateParser because I think it's a really cool library, and it's also been quite popular. recently, and they've hit a big milestone this year with the 1.0 release. So Date Parser is a parsing library for parsing human readable date strings in Python. It's getting quite popular. Like it had about 900,000 downloads in the last month, which works out to about 1,250 downloads every hour. And in the last year, we've been focusing on making it more stable, fixing a lot of bugs, etc., getting it ready for that 1.0 release. There's also a project called Number Parser, which does a similar thing about parsing human readable numbers, which we're looking to integrate and bring support for natural language dates. So lots going on. Last year, we also talked about anti-bot technologies, and they have continued to evolve and change over the course of the year. These can both prevent the collection of data, but they can also impact the quality and reliability of the data that you are collecting. And we talked about this last year, but during the year, we've seen things like a wider deployment of sophisticated CAPTCHA techniques and more deeper analysis of request patterns, especially as how those request patterns change over time. Today, Attila is going to be hosting a panel discussion on cutting-edge ways to tackle anti-bot challenges. Of course, we've continued to see steep growth in data. This graph is just data from our Scrapy Cloud product, so it doesn't include Crawlera and some other sources of data that we have, like from our broad crawls, etc. But overall, it's just the trend I wanted to show. The blue line is billions of items, and the red line is billions of requests made per month. And there was no point in going back to 2014. Back then, we thought a billion items a month was a lot of data. And you can see, look, the sharp rate of growth. And the rate of growth of items is sharper than requests. So that kind of interestingly, that speaks to a couple of patterns that are happening. One of which is the fact that we're scraping a lot from listing pages. So when people need to monitor something and need more frequent updates, it's often very beneficial to go back to listing pages to get more data by making less requests. Say, for example, if you're monitoring prices or certain types of changes that are visible from those pages. So given all this growth in data, you might think it's getting more and more challenging to do anything with it or to process it. But fortunately, the systems that we use to manage this data are also improving. Engineers have gotten exceptionally good at building complex software systems, but we're starting to see the rise of massive complex systems built around data. The primary business value of a lot of these systems is in the data or the analysis of the data rather than necessarily directly in the software. And we're seeing the impacts of these trends across the industry, with new roles gaining popularity like data engineers and lots of great new products being made and great startups being started that provide infrastructure and tooling around data. Now, a purpose of a lot of this data processing, tooling, etc., and it also holds for web data, there's two main use cases. One is to help leaders make better decisions through the use of data. That's a data analytics use case. The second is to build data intelligence into consumer-facing product applications. And these often use things like machine learning. They both either run online or in batch mode. So this also applies to web scraping or web data solutions. So we're also seeing improvements in cloud infrastructure. The tooling for big data continues to improve. It allows, generally, we're allowing more self-service, more low-code or no-code solutions, especially for data analytics. Data lakes are being used to house and store a lot of our operational data. ELT is gaining popularity. That's extract, load, and then transform, as opposed to ETL. And this makes a lot of sense, right? If you're loading your data into somewhere, a data warehouse or data lake that is great at processing data, of course, it makes a lot of sense to do your transformations there. And data flow automation is helping orchestrate thousands and thousands of these data pipelines. So we're going to hear a few talks along these lines. We've got a talk on data ops and the culture you need if you want to stay sane by Jose Manuel Navarro. He's the CTO of Urban Data Analytics. And we've got a talk on record matching and classification with web data using artificial intelligence. That's by Wesley Shepard, the CEO of Unified Insights. I can't wait to hear this talk. I've built systems to do both of these things in the past. So I'm really interested in what a modern approach to this is and how good the tools are nowadays. So at a high level, besides, let's say, the data processing, what else? What do people actually want to know about web data? What are the most common things people ask? I can't see the chat here, so I'm not sure if anybody is answering, but I'd imagine a few of you have guessed, is web scraping legal? Because that continues to be top of mind for many people, especially people who are new to this and maybe don't know a lot about it. And unfortunately, there's some poor quality information online, or it's often not easy to find high quality information. So, we'll cover things like copyright, data protection, robots.txt, and so on in our live panel discussion on legal compliance in the world of web scraping. And we'll also speak about what happened over the last year. So you might remember last year's Extract Summit, Kit O'Brien gave a talk on GDPR and web scraping. And we've had 2 rulings on GDPR in the last year. So what did we learn? What are the implications? What about the CCPA? We're closely watching the HiQ Labs versus LinkedIn case, which is still pending in the Federal District Court in California. And there's a petition for review of the initial preliminary injunction pending in the Supreme Court in the US right now. So, this is far from over. And, at least, at least for us, this is a really important case. But there's other cases that will impact web scraping too. And we'll hear about some of those later today. One example, that very recent one, was that Facebook are seeking to shut down an NYU research project into political ad targeting. And this is another complex one where you want to balance the rights to privacy and of personal data of Facebook users on the one hand versus it's a data security thing, also versus the ability to actually assess the impact of what's happening with the targeting of political ads. But for most of us, we want to know, what are the implications for our business? What do we think, and what do our experts think is going to happen in some of these cases? So I can't wait to hear from this panel. This will be live. Get your questions ready. So today, you will hear a lot about some of the issues around web data extraction. You'll hear about the complexity of websites, what's involved in crawling and extracting at scale. What do we do when web pages change their structure? About anti-bot technology and how it impacts most aspects of web data extraction. You'll hear about common post-processing tasks and what the best practices are. We'll talk about technical architecture and some of the issues around compliance. So that's a lot to consider when you just want to use web data. And so you might also be wondering, how does Scraping Hub navigate this? How do we build products that make it easier to access web data at scale? And how do we help our customers get value from this data? Well, Ryan Farley, our head of product at Scraping Hub, is up next to talk about product vision and customer-driven innovation at Scraping Hub. Ryan has over 20 years of experience building products and businesses around the world across multiple industries. These include things like fintech, prop tech, government, e-learning, consumer internet, and sport. He works to the formula C plus E equals S, meaning customers plus employees equals shareholders. I can see him smiling there in the corner of the screen. So Ryan will talk about connecting with customers and users to seek their input in the product development lifecycle, and how customer-driven focus is driving innovation in the market and helping developing an exciting product vision for the future. But just before I do that, I want to say a big thank you to all our speakers today for volunteering to talk and making all of this possible. I also want to thank our organizers for doing a wonderful job in getting us this far. I'm sure it's all going to go smoothly. And finally, thank you to all our attendees. Enjoy the conference, everybody.
Thank you, Shane. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everyone, depending upon where you are located. Let me just quickly get to the start of the presentation. All right. So as Shane mentioned, I'm going to get to share with you guys today a bit more about our product vision, as well as keeping customers at the center of everything we do across product development. So some of you guys, we may have been speaking with you over the last couple of months. We've had the opportunity to speak to roughly 40 or so companies, some companies that are using Scraping Hub solutions today, some companies that have never used, some companies that are considering to use. And through those conversations and through those insights, we really started seeing themes emerge. And those themes are greatly shaping our product vision that we've set out over the next 3 years. Again, I'm going to share with you guys a bit deeper about that. But first, you think about today, you think about how do you get web data today? At the moment, for the most part, there's really only two ways that companies can get data or web data at scale. First is the ability, they build this capability in-house. They may use some tools, a proxy management solution like Crawlera. They may write the spiders in Scrapy or Puppeteer or something like that. But ultimately, that that requires a lot of investment, a lot of time to not only write spiders but also maintain those spiders and build that capability in-house. The other way is outsource. You can look to a company like Scraping Hub, who offers services to get you the data when you want it, or you can use other third parties to get you that web data. But again, today, for the most part, that is the only way that you can get that web data today. So we're going to be talking, and we're going to be introducing a third way, a way that up to this point has never existed before, and we fundamentally believe it's going to disrupt the industry. So, what exactly does that mean? But first, I think it's always good to talk about industries that we've seen being disrupted over the last 10 years or so. Taxi industry. I think probably all of us, even during COVID times, can definitely say that we've used an Uber or something like an Uber, versus a traditional taxi in the last 12 months. What would we have done without without Netflix in our lives, or Amazon or Apple TV the last couple months, given the situation. Cameras with film. Kodak, was the pioneer, were the champions, several decades ago in this space, and now you look at the phones and how the phone market has been absolutely dominating pictures. Insurance agents, used to be that you would go to a brick and mortar type of place, and that's the way you would get insurance, whether it was home insurance or car insurance. And there's been a ton of online insurance companies that have popped up both in the United States as well as across Europe. Record companies, I still remember my first CD and first going to the record store and getting seeing the vinyls. Now Spotify and Apple Music, that's how music is consumed, and has completely disrupted the industry. So we're not necessarily saying that we're going to disrupt at the same scale as some of these, but we are pretty excited about what we're looking at doing in terms of our long-term product vision. What we want to do is we want to ultimately transform the way you get web data in such an incredible way you can't imagine ever going back to your old way. That is the goal, and that is our focus as we start to lay out and start to build towards our vision. So it started with the interviews, as I talked about. We've spoken to 40 plus companies, some enterprise, big, massive global companies, some of the biggest global companies in the world. We've talked to venture capital firms that are covering the space. We talked to large scale engineering service organizations. We spoke to startups. We spoke to scale ups. We spoke to companies that were in consumer packaged good industry, companies that were in the tech industry, companies that were making a business out of providing web data to companies. So we really felt like we got a very good broad base of personas and of customers. Ultimately, what we found is that there's two types of customers that we're setting our vision out for. It doesn't mean that there aren't others. It means these are our bullseye. This James and Susan, metaphorically speaking, is the bullseye on who it is that we want to go after. What we see is that their pain is pretty consistent, regardless of if I'm James and I'm that CTO or that head of engineering. I'm looking for data as quickly as possible so I can get to market ASAP. I want to prove. I want to make sure that my product idea is validated. Or if I'm Susan and I'm a head of business intelligence and I need data to be as accurate as possible to make sure I can ingest it into my system to enable other departments to drive insights, as close to real time as possible. So whether we're James or we're Susan, the pain points are the same. having to worry about web scraping and everything that goes with it, whether it's they built that capability in-house or whether they've outsourced it, has become a big challenge and a big problem for companies, whether you're James or you're Susan. In addition to that, once they get the web data, the time it takes to clean the data, to dedupe the data, to match the data, there's a lot of challenges associated with that part of the process. And then, the last part of it is, gosh, we brainstorm all the time what web data is out there, and we're really good at our own business, but we don't know what we don't know, and we would love to have a partner or an advisor or an expert to help us out in this space. Not only to help us in thinking about what data to capture, but then also what other data could be added to the data that we're getting already to really enrich, to really enhance, to really derive even better insights. So those were the pain points that we heard around those three things. And as a result, that has laid the foundation for our long-term product vision. So we're going to create a solution that allows the customers to get the data they want, when they want it, how they want it, where they want it, hassle-free. And it doesn't matter if you're a developer and being able to integrate into an API, or it doesn't matter if you're a head of data insights, you'll be and don't have any ability to write code, or you don't have engineering resources to get you that data. We're going to be providing the technology and solutions, both on the services as well as on the technology side, that is going to get you this capability and to solve this pain point. And again, we expect that this is going to massively disrupt the industry and be able to bring web data to the masses at scale, to be able to not only create better products, but also to drive even more insights and to gain a deeper competitive advantage over your competition. So, right now we are experts in getting the right data to drive deeper insights, but what exactly does that mean? How are we taking it even further? So if you think of it in terms of three levels. There's the extraction level, which that's where we play at today. What we're saying is we're going to get into the world of cleaning and processing, as well as advising and recommending. Some of you guys may be asking, well, what are you going to do exactly in cleaning and processing? What are you going to do in advising and recommending? We don't know. What we know is we want to be involved in that space. It could be through services and through our team and building that capability. It could be through technology. It could be a hybrid of both. It could be through partners. What we do know is that our customers are, and the market in general, are greatly needing some help in not only in extraction, but also in cleaning and processing and advising and recommending. So we believe we're very well positioned to help across all three of these layers. So extraction, we get any data you want on the web for you. We get it, you think about, you want an entire website, you want just the changes, you want it in real time, you want it on Mondays, you want it in your S3 bucket, you want it a raw HTML format, you want it in your Google Cloud. You tell us where you want it, when you want it, what you want, how you want is the long-term vision that we are building towards over the next several years. Cleaning and processing. We specifically are saying 80% because we believe we could go about 80% of the way. There is a long tail without a doubt in the world of cleaning and processing. There's a lot of internal business logic. But what we believe and what we want to look to do is early 2021, we want to kick off a team. We want to go deep into this space. We want to understand the needs and pain points deeper. We want to figure out what are some concepts that we can test and create a solution that is going to greatly help and drive a ton of value for you guys in this space. And then the third is advising and recommending. I touched on this already earlier, but we've heard time and time again from companies that are out there that says, okay, what other data could we potentially be looking at? What other data could we analyze? We have this data that gives us really good competitive insights or gives us really good pricing intelligence. But what if if you paired it with this data, it could be even richer insights, even more valuable. So think of us as that expert, and think of us not only through a services capability, but also potentially through a technology capability, maybe a recommendation engine. Again, we don't know exactly what this will look like, what our products and services will look like in this area. All we know is that this is an area we're definitely going to be looking to get into, and we'll go deeper into this and learning more in the latter half of 2021. So that, in essence, wraps up at the high level in terms of what our vision is. Once again, it's extraction, cleaning and processing, and then advising and recommending. We're going to be able to get you the data you want, when you want it, how you want it, where you want it, and getting that at scale. So now, if I'm a company that has been doing that traditionally in-house, now I have the option. Is there something else on the roadmap that is would be better, where those resources could be allocated towards? Is there something that I would rather reallocate those resources and use this technology that we'll be launching in over the next 12 to 18 months? Is there something, is that the right transition? Or if I'm a company that's just starting to get into this, or I'm considering web data, now all of a sudden I have a solution that doesn't require code. I can either integrate through an API, or I can integrate through, or be able to get the data through a simple UI through multiple clicks. So again, we believe that this has the makings of really disrupting and being a game changer for the web, web data and extraction space. So very, very excited about being able to share with you guys what we're doing in this in the coming months ahead. So I want to transition now away from the vision that I've set out, and I want to get a little bit more and kind of a glimpse on how we go about product development here at Scraping Hub. One of our tenets and one of our pillars of our operating values is customer at the center, and we've really embraced that here in product development. And the product vision, I think, is a good example of what exactly we've done and how customers are at the center of everything we're doing. So I'll give you a glimpse into that. There's the old adage that Henry Ford said: if I had asked people what they want, then they would have told me faster horses. Instead of coming up with a car and completely coming up with a huge breakthrough innovation. And we very much take this to heart and heed Henry Ford's advice. We interact with customers, we ask customers, but more important than just asking, we not only pair that up with the behavior, we pair that up and understand, and we watch for the emotions, we watch for the interactions. When somebody's talking about a challenge that they're having, you can see the passion, you can see the frustration. That's very, very important when you're working with customers, and customers are at the center of your product development. So there's three ways that we really make sure that the customers are involved, and I'm going to give you guys a deeper insight into what that is. First off, we follow design thinking or customer-driven innovation, and at the foundation of that is we look for big, important problems that the customers identify or that we see or observe. We identify, can we solve this problem well, and can we build durable competitive advantage? When you meet the intersection across those three big questions, that is when disruption, that is when you really wow and delight your customers. When you can create solutions that solve big, important problems, solve them really, really well, and build a durable competitive advantage, and be able to give customers an advantage relative to their competition. Also, we very much are focused on design for a delight. And what that means is it starts with deep customer empathy. We then understand the needs, we understand the pain points. We quickly generate rapid experiments, test concept, test storyboards, test wireframes. We then get feedback from those. We then go broad again, making sure that we haven't thought or forgotten anything, really try to push the boundaries of our product development. And then we go narrow again with the ultimate goal of making sure that we've solved this problem really, really well. So there's three kind of principles we want to focus on. First off is the deep customer empathy. And the product vision was a great example of that. We spent hours and hours and hours and hours and hours as a core team, talking to customers, learning from customers, understanding what was their frustrations today, what were the challenges today, understand a bit about what were their use cases, what would aspirationally, what would they love to see happen? If they had a magic wand and they could completely just think of how to transform how they get web data. These are the things that we heard from, and this is this is what we ultimately heard, and really feel like we have a very good handle and very good sense of our deep customer empathy. And it doesn't stop and start just on the product vision. All of our features, all of the things that we're doing now, we're really focusing on deep customer empathy. Whether that's our pricing plans, whether that's a new feature on a new product, whether that's a new way to get started, with our products. It starts first with a deep customer empathy. Second is to go broad, to go narrow. To get that one great idea, you need a lot of them. Too often times, I see product organizations in my career, and I've been guilty of this, where you clearly understand the problem and then you just latch onto the solution. This is the solution, this is it, this is it, this is it. Doesn't matter what other ideas come out, this is the solution. I guarantee this is going to be great. And more times than not, that solution that you latched onto early on ends up not meeting the customer needs and not delighting your customer. So a wise man once gave advice to me early on in my product career: fall in love with the problem. Don't fall in love with the solution. So if you fall in love with the problem, it's about coming up with lots of ideas, a lot of disparate ideas. Really try to test your customer and to test the customer needs with the goal of getting that one winning idea at the end of the day. And then the third is testing with customers. So you identified a whole bunch of ideas. Now figure out a way to rapidly test them, whether that's through storyboards, whether that's through wireframes, whether that's through usability testing. It's very, very important that you run a lot of experiments. You have some initial hypotheses. You use data throughout that journey, so that you can see the impact that you're having on the customer experience and ultimately solving that problem really, really well. So again, those three principles: really focusing on deep customer empathy, second, going broad to go narrow, and third, rapid experimentation with your customers. Those are three things and three principles that we as a product organization are really have adopted and really looking to use on an ongoing basis. And of course, it doesn't start with, or it doesn't end in terms of the early development process. All the way through launch and post-launch, it's very important that we stay close and the customers are very involved, whether it's through support, whether it's through delivery, whether it's through sales, marketing. Us as an organization has really embraced and adopted these principles. So this gives you, kind of in summary, this gives you a glimpse of where we're going as a company. What is our vision? Again, we want to get you the data you want, when you want it, how you want it, where you want it. We want to begin solving the problems and challenges that you have with cleaning and getting prior to the data being ingested into your system. And we believe that we are, we can help you with the advising and recommending across the end-to-end journey of web data. So very excited about what the future holds, and know that you guys will be at the center of everything we're doing and releasing and developing over the coming months ahead. So one of those things that I want to call out, for some of you guys have probably heard of a product called AutoExtract. It's a product that's we've had in our business for a little bit. But what we've done is we've learned a lot. We've been testing a lot of different things. We've heard a variety of different things from the people that are using it, that have considered it, and we're excited to be relaunching our solution. And so, as a special for attendees of the Extract Summit, we've got an opportunity for a free beta that you'll be able to get, what you get through Auto Extract is you get the ability to extract news articles as well as product data without having to write code. It has smart automated crawling. It has anti-ban capabilities. It supports 40 plus languages in terms of getting the data. And it, relative to competition, it's about 4 times more precise. And in terms of scale, the product can handle millions of data requests. So there'll be more information about how you can sign up and where to sign up. But it's important that we wanted to let you know about a relaunch of Auto Extract, and we're really excited about this beta, the changes that have been part of it, and believe that we're on the forefront of kind of that first step towards really revolutionizing and disrupting how web data is extracted and then what you can do with that web data. So again, thank you guys very much for your time. I'm excited to have the chance to interact. I think we're going to now shift over to Q&A, and we can transition from there, but look forward to engaging with many of you guys in the days and weeks and months ahead. Thank you very much for your time.
Hi, Ryan. Thank you. This is Marie. We have a few questions. The first one was around your vision slide, and it was, sorry, I'm just bringing it up. Were we moving away from data extraction because of like legal issues that we foresee with that whole side of the business?
Great question. No. Web extraction for us is the center of everything we do, and it's the center of our vision. We have taken very strong steps to ensure that we're in compliance, and we are always, we have an incredible legal counsel and legal team that stays on the cutting edge of various country laws and standards. So no, web extraction and extraction is the core foundation, and why we're broadening or why we're expanding our capabilities beyond extraction is because what we've heard from you guys is you need help. You need, you have challenges and pain points on web extraction, but you also have challenges and pain points on cleaning and the processing, as well as advising and recommending. So that's why we want to get in and want to expand our capabilities beyond just web extraction.
Great. So there's a question. I'm not sure it's for you or it's for the audience, but on e-commerce search, do you think per SKU costs have been trending lower over time or higher? Which I think might be a question just for the whole audience rather than you, Ryan, I think. And do you have any other questions?
It looks like there's a question from Ibrahim. Is there a possibility to build Spiders Crawlers Marketplace as an API? It's interesting you mentioned that. We've had a lot of conversation. Are we a platform? Are we technology solutions? And so I would say that the idea of writing spiders and being able to create a marketplace where spiders and crawlers could be sold or be consumed is something that intrigues us. So it's something that that we're open to that possibility. And also supporting additional languages and additional support of those. Hopefully that answered your question, Ibrahim.
Oh, we're getting a little bit of echo, I think, or feedback, Ryan. Okay, we have one more question. Will you branch into self-serve solutions such as point and click? Can we hear you, Ryan? I think you might be muted. Oh, we muted you. Sorry about that, Ryan. 2 minutes.
All right, perfect. Sorry, guys.
Let
me try to see if that's any better. No, still seems to have an echo. In terms of, Marie, can you reiterate the question?
Yeah, it was, will you branch into self-serve solutions such as like point and click? Which is, I guess, a little bit like the beta you were talking about.
Yeah, so we believe in giving customers choice. What that means is that some customers prefer to engage with our offerings through an API. Some customers prefer a no code or little code type of option. And so what we want to do is give customers the choice. So for a customer, let's say somebody who leads marketing or data insights that isn't experienced in writing code, a solution like that, we want to support the ability to click, put in the URL, and voila, I set these are the URLs I want. I want to receive the data every morning at 8 a.m. GMT. I want it in this format, and I want it in my S3 bucket. Through a couple clicks, that's that should how you should be able to get web data is the idea that we are progressing and moving towards. We really want to bring the ability for web data to the masses, and not only give engineers the capability through a really clean, sleek API to consume, but then also have others inside the organization be able to get web data that they want, and not have to be solely reliant upon developers to write spiders for them.
Great, thanks. I think my mic is causing all the issues. One more question, Ryan, if that's okay. We have a question in, and it says, big thanks for organizing the events. Thanks very much. So are you orientated more on big company clients, or do you see potential also in small businesses and sole professional market?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. We very much see both customers or both types as absolutely critical to our bullseye. If you remember, what we saw in the interviews that we did is that we saw a lot of heads of business insights, so for big enterprise type companies. But then on the flip side, we saw a lot of Jameses, and I'm using Jameses in the fictitious sense. The Jameses of the world, these are the CTO of a startup, maybe 5 employees, or the head of development or VP of engineering for a company with 100 employees. It's very important that our solutions and our core customers, everything from the business model to the pricing to what exactly we're delivering to market, is fitting the needs of both of those segments of customers extremely well. So the answer would be both are 100% our bullseye.
Great. It's always, when we get going, then there's more questions. So we have time. So, so talking about the listening tour you went on with our customers, how many use cases did you consider before deciding to solve this specific one?
Well, we spoke to over 40 different companies, and they range from startups, scale-ups to enterprise. Across a variety of different industries, across a variety of different locations. Some were located in the US, some were in Europe, some were in Asia, some were Middle East. So we really got a multitude. In terms of use cases, when you do this and when you start speaking and when you're starting to define a product vision, you're looking for where are there commonalities? Where do you start seeing this? Where do you start seeing the same things kind of coming up repeatedly? And that's what we started seeing time and time again. By the time we got to about 30 or so, we had this universal standard of pretty much 60 to 70% were coalescing around what were their needs, what were their pain points, what were their aspirations in the world of extraction. Then about 50 to 60%, we were hearing time and time again around the challenges associated with getting the data ready for ingestion. And then the last was, gosh, you know what, we struggle, we'll spend like one time a month just sitting in a room or sitting on a virtual call, trying to brainstorm what other data is out there, what other data could we use to try to drive deeper insights. And so when we started seeing these themes, clearly emerge, it was okay. This is it. This is the space. This is the things we need to go and set our vision around. Now the questions and where it will be interesting is, how far do we go? How far do we go in the cleaning and processing space? How far do we go in the advising and recommending space? We know we're not in the business of actually insights, and we want to draw the line there, but we believe we can really help not only drive higher degrees of efficiency, but also we think we can really help companies get deeper, better insights and give them that competitive advantage or accelerate the time to market for them. So, in terms of use cases and themes, that gave you guys a little bit more insight in terms of why is it that these were the three things and kind of the three pillars or the three areas that we're really focused on. As I talked about earlier, what we'll be doing in 2021 is we'll have a small team and we'll go deep in the processing and cleaning. So expect to hear some exciting news and some announcements. Some of you guys, we may be reaching out to you guys to participate and help us and us to learn from you guys in each of these spaces. But 2021, we'll go deeper in cleaning and processing. We will get deep customer empathy. We'll get deep customer empathy around the advising and recommending as well.
Great. So another question in from Jerry is, if customer development projects are based on experimentation, how can we give customers a ballpark cost for their internal business case?
I'm not sure I understand the question. So if they're based on, try that one more time, Marie.
So it says if customer development projects are based on experimentation. So I guess maybe not clearly defined yet, but they're just wondering then how we could work with them, I guess, on ballpark cost to try and, I think that's what it is, for their internal business case.
Are we thinking development? Are they thinking development of our own spiders in the case where we as Scraping Hub are writing spiders for companies? In that case, that's not based on those type of development is not based on the same framework that I was just discussing. What I was talking about before is product development. It's the products and technologies that we're developing that we are then releasing to market is what I was discussing in terms of that discovery work that we're doing and deep customer empathy and testing ideas and concepts with customers. So in terms of any engagements that you reach out to our product delivery organization to create and write custom spiders, we have a very good handle on those costs. And Suzanne, who leads that team, have a very good handle on being able to give those estimates that can help you with your internal business cases.
Great. And I think we have time for just one more, which I think is a good one. And it was, I lost it. Where did it go? Sorry. It is, what is the future of data scraping engineers? And are we all going to be replaced by APIs, and when?
That's an interesting one, right? I think that the data engineers are such an important part of companies, right? But there aren't that many data engineers in the world. There are much more data analysts than there are data engineers. And so data engineers, whether they're writing spiders to get web data or they're doing other things to be able to unlock data for companies, consumer, customer data. That role is not going away. The problem is that there's not very many of data engineers in the world. And so companies like Scraping Hub need to be able to give the tools to make data engineers more efficient, and then also to open up the capability to get web data for the customers of data engineers, so that the data engineers can scale and that data can, web data and other data can become even more valuable inside of a company. So I don't see data engineers going away by any means. In fact, I see that role becoming even more important because if you think about it, roughly, definitely majority of companies still have yet even to crack the code or still haven't even scratched the surface when it comes to web data. If you look at where we are on data transformations, companies have embraced customer data and doing a lot of things to embrace customer data, but very few companies still are even beginning to scratch the surface on web data. And the majority of them haven't even begun to think of it, at least not at scale. Yes, they may have some people that are manually copying and pasting and putting something in a Google Sheet or an Excel document, to get some pricing intelligence. But what we're talking about doing is dramatically changing how web data can be accessible for the masses. And the data engineers are not going anywhere. They are an absolute critical part to the future, in our opinion. And that's how we see the world.
Great. Thanks so much, Ryan. It was a great session. We still have some questions, but we'll definitely get to those afterwards. So thanks, Ryan.
Thank you guys very much. Look forward to speaking to many of you soon.
So just a reminder for anybody, track 2 is now starting. So if you did want to join some of those sessions, we've shared the link in the chat, or you can also access them on our webpage, extractsummit.io/live. Our next speaker is Pierluigi Vinciguerra. I hope I pronounced that right. And Pierluigi is the CTO and co-founder of Reanalytics, a data boutique for consumer and luxury goods. He has about 10 plus years of expertise in data management, from web data integration and scraping to business intelligence. And he's going to talk to us about running a business on web scraped data.
Hi everyone, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here at the Web Extract Summit. Unlikely we can't meet in person. Last year's event was great. There were great panelists, great networking, great beers also. The location was exceptional. Let's hope we can meet together next year. But without losing any time more, let's go to the speech. Okay, so let's start with the main topic of the presentation, running a business on web scraping data. If data is the new gold, then web scraping at scale is like gold mining. Why this analogy? Because during the lockdown, although I don't watch much TV usually, I've seen a TV show called The Gold Rush, I suppose it was the name. It's a sort of a reality show where you see the gold miners struggle to extract in the USA some gold from the mountain, and watching them face their problems reminded me of the problem I was facing with web scraping. It seemed to me a pretty analogy to use in this talk. Okay, let's say that I'm Pierluigi Vinciguerra, as you already heard, and co-founder of Reanalytics. I've spent all my working life managing data from my previous jobs in consulting firms and industries where I was in the business intelligence office. Then 5 years ago, with my friend Andrea, we founded Reanalytics. As a tech part of the core team, I'm in charge of the whole web data acquisition process. So web scraping, storing data, and the processing in between. What we specifically do at Reanalytics, we call ourselves a data boutique because we sell meaningful data and insights for selected industries. At the moment, luxury goods and travel. How we do it? we scrape a huge amount of data. We are talking about billions of data points per month. Then we process them, integrate them with other sources, and also with our knowledge of the industries we are covering. And on top, we apply algorithms and AI to extract some insights to sell. And why I'm here today on this virtual stage? Because it was not so easy to reach this scale of web scraping with our actual level of efficiency. Think about that. We have written more than 5,000 scrapers, and we can't count the huge amount of hours spent on web scraping and scraping in general. But this is only the beginning. Without the automation processing we have built, we cannot simply scale at this level because all the changes on our resources, the anti-bot mechanism, the challenges in the environment we face every day could not be tackled if we didn't have a good automation, a good process, a modern way to approach web scraping. And today I want to share with you some of the most important lessons we learned during our journey. As you know, Rome wasn't built in a day, and also Reanalytics wasn't built in a day. Me and my friend Andrea, in 2010, we started studying web scraping because we were intrigued by the amount of data passing by the web without no one collecting for a study. I remember we had an Excel spreadsheet that compiled in a certain way could give us the C++ code for the scrapers. And then we had a dozen scrapers in C++, but it wasn't hell to maintain. But we had a small product that gave us some taste of what it means to do some web scraping. Then we founded Reanalytics in 2015, and the scalability of the web scraping process was an issue because if we want to get enough data to becoming interesting for our customer, we need to create a process that with a small amount of people allow us to run several hundreds of scrapers. And this requires automation, it requires creating the right processes, and we'll see how we did it in the next slides. I'm pretty sure every of you have heard the sentence that data is new gold, data is new oil, but if it's true, and it's true, also web scraping is much more similar to gold mining process than we might think. In fact, if you think about it, it all starts trying to find a good place where to start digging. It means starting a problem to solve for an industry where data from the web can be useful. Then we start scraping, break the rocks to collect data and separate the rocks from the gold. So we store, clean the data. And after we have some gold nuggets, then we have to create some gold ingots to sell. Like in this analogy, gold ingots are clean data set. Or we can also choose to create jewels from this gold. So make an extra step and add analytics and insights from this data. What it means, find the right spot to start. As every business in the world, every startup needs to find a problem to solve for an industry. It is crucial to find a problem that data from the web can be used to solve in a more efficient way than the actual solution. Of course, it should be also something original, not another price tracking for Amazon or something like that. Or if not completely original, at least it should be a way to solve a problem that is tempered faster than the actual way to solve this problem. If you think you found something, then try to involve in your project some industry expert, because you need to know as soon as you can what to scrape, what's really needed in the industry. In fact, it's a long road to the goal because it will take time to have enough data to be interesting for the industry you have targeted. It can take months or even years to be interesting for your customers. So the sooner you understand what data is needed for the industry, the first you can be sure to scrape correctly sources. You don't want to waste weeks or months scraping partial or worthless data. That's why it's crucial to have a clear idea of what the industry wants, what is needed to solve the problem they're facing, and be sure that you're not missing something important in your scraping project. Okay, so now we have found our place to start. Then we can start digging. What we need to dig, of course, we need tools. It can be third-party tools like import.io or Octoparse or whatever. There's plenty of there out of the shelf. And we can choose also to write our own tools with Scrapy as an example. I think Scrapy nowadays is the standard for the industry. In our experience, for massive scale web scraping, the code is preferred for its flexibility and also the cost effectiveness. Keep in mind that you'll start selling your data months from the harvesting or from the scraping. So you need to burn less cash as possible. And if you have in mind a massive scale web scraping project, you have to cut all the costs that grow with the scale of your scraping. That's why also we choose Scrapy as a tool for scraping. We also wrote our internal scheduling program. So each website we scrape, we know exactly how to execute, when, and the options that are coming with its execution and its environment. This can lead to a spaghetti code base, but nowadays there are tools like Crawlera or Airflow that simplify some of these tasks. The web scraping is not always straightforward, and we must use some tools to avoid some blocks we'll find during the road. As an example, we might find that some websites don't allow us to connect from some cloud environment, or we'll need some IP rotation, or again, this website throw captchas or challenges in JavaScript. All these difficulties are handled with some tools, but we must be careful that using these tools, we don't break any of the terms of use of the website we're going to scrape, and also the terms of use of the tools itself. Remind that you have to be careful also about the regulation that the industry you're trying to sell your data to has in a subject of data sourcing. In our case, in finance, there are strict rules for data sourcing. So we decided to adhere to the Investment Data Standard Organization best practices on web scraping. As an example, if a website you are going to scrape has browse wrap terms of use, you can scrape it. Otherwise, if the terms of use are click wrap, no. What does it mean? If the terms of use of a website does not allow the web scraping, are in a section of a website that does not pop up when you enter this website, then you can scrape this website because it's likely you didn't read it and then you did not accept it. Otherwise, if the website requires you to click and accept those terms of use, then you're infringing the terms of use you were forced to read if you scrape this website. Other best practices are to follow the robot.txt file, or you should not, of course, interfere with the website operation. That don't create, of course, denial of services. Let's not make copy of the website. So don't get all the HTML files to create another website. The scraped information should be public, and you should use APIs, also internal APIs if the website has them. And of course, don't scrape a website to gain a competitive edge on it. In any case, if you want to know more about these practices, trust the link in this slide. So we said before, we need a multi-cloud environment. Why we need a multi-cloud environment? Because some website does not allow, as an example, the scrapers to connect from AWS EC2 machines. So we need to handle a multi-cloud environment, so we can run our scrapers from Google, from Azure, from EC2, from other providers. And ideally, we should be able to direct the execution of this spider with the less effort possible. Another technique we mentioned was the IP rotation via proxies. It's strictly tied to a multi-cloud environment because IP rotation is the other way we can rotate IPs during our crawling. Like tools like Crawlera, Luminati, and many others do an excellent job on it. Because some websites, as an example, block all requests coming from data center IPs. This is why you will need also some proxy provider that allow you to use residential proxies. Or there are also some websites that geolocate your IP to show different version of itself. So you need geographical proxy to see another version of the website you are going to scrape. Or again, some website that allow a frequent number of requests from the same IP. In this case, of course, the best is try to slow down crawler, but if that's not enough, you should think about rotate the IPs during the execution. You mentioned before also capture breakers and JavaScript challenges. Some website typically with some configuration of CloudFront ask to solve some JavaScript challenges before being scraped. Scraping Gab, thank you, really. Thank you for having developed Splash because it works like a charm and it's easy to integrate with scraping. The captchas instead are really bad because there's no simple way to handle them. We can use third-party services that use humans to solve captchas and send back the result. I don't like really much these services because from a technical point of view, there's a high latency for the response. From a human point of view, it's like a modern kind of slavery. So I don't like these services very much. There are also OCR software that via image recognition or writing recognition can solve captchas, but we have seen different kind of captchas that are not OCR solvable, so it's not the right choice. The obvious solution is do your best to not trigger captchas. So slow down your scraper, distribute the load, and try to not trigger them. Then, after the scraping, of course, the data we are collecting must be stored somewhere, typically in a database. Of course, depending from the data type you're scraping, there will be the most suitable database for your need. I will not say here which is best for every case. There are plenty of databases and studies all around the web. Be aware that the data does not only need to be stored, but before becoming valuable, must continue its road during the value pipeline. So it's not usable soon after being scraped. You must clean it, you must add some other value. In fact, if you want to turn rocks into gold, first of all, we must make some checks on it. Are we sure we crawl the whole website or all the infos we need? Given this for granted, the data needs then to enter a process of standardization. As an example, you have to standardize the ISO codes for the countries, for the currencies, if you work in the financial industry, maybe you want to standardize the ticker, the stock ticker you collected. Then you have to integrate and enrich this data with some small data that allow you to talk the same language of your customer. We said we need to check the data. Our analytics or approach is a mix of automation and human checks, because each data ingestion is programmatically controlled to check its completeness according to our scope. If something is missing, we raise a flag signal it and assign it to the person in charge of the website. Then we integrate our data quality algorithms with manually check, so we can catch up also partial data ingestion in most of the cases. As I said before, once we are sure the data is correct and clear, we need also to enrich it with filters external from the original data source. As an example, we talk about currencies of standard code, countries of codes, stock tickers, or business-related segmentation. Without the proper segmentation, coming from the so-called small data, the data we are amassing in the database, it's almost unusable for the final customer. Users should be familiar with the language we see in the dataset. It should be easy for them to integrate with other datasets. That's why it's crucial to standardize our data. Let's take an example. Imagine a hedge fund that is buying data from 10 providers, 10 different providers. Of course, they don't want to spend their time mapping every dataset to the right ticker code. Again, let's say we have done all the steps we covered before. We cleaned the data, we enriched it, we standardized it. Then we have to wait that the data snapshots amass day after day in order to create trends, because in most of the businesses, it doesn't matter have a snapshot. You need a trend that says how a business is going, how an industry is going, what's happening on the web. And what does it mean from a web scraping point? That you need a process that allows you to create a flow of data constant during time. And finally, after all the tasks we've said before, you can finally publish your data. But not all the structured data can be published, because even with the most advanced acquisition pipeline, like the one we have seen before, you'll find that we have some gaps or incomplete data. You'll surely need some automatic fill forward rules or fill backward rules accepted by the customer you're selling data that will improve greatly the overall quality of the output dataset. So you won't have a line of a trend with holes inside or with some peaks and so on. After the publishing phase, the value of pipeline for the data ingested is over. And we have here a recap of what we have said about the value pipeline of the data. We start from the scraping the websites here. Then we have the scrapers that run on multi-cloud environment. Some of them use proxies, some of them use JavaScript engine like Splash. Some of them directly goes to database where we store the data, clean, enrich, and then finally publish. In each of these steps, it increases the value generated from the data. Okay, now we have our trends on the database. We have our data that is pure gold on our database. What can we do now? We can sell the dataset straight out of the publishing process. It's like selling gold bars. Or we decide to sell jewels. So starting from the data, we can apply on top of that machine learning algorithms, make forecasts, or anything useful for the industry we are operating in. This means higher margin and a stronger asset because it's more difficult to be copied if you have not only the data, but also the insights over there and the machine learning algorithms, your proprietary algorithms on top of that. But it's no more web scraping. It's a completely different job. It should be done by another department of our company, like it's in Real Analytics as an example. There are pros and cons. It depends from what's the point of your business is, who are selling to your data. There's no clear choice here. So we almost finished this speech. Let's take a brief overview of what we have said. Start with a validated MVP and then scale up massively with scraping. Interact with business experts to understand their need. Web scraping at large scale is complex, but it's only the first step of the value pipeline. It's a British bulldog game. Be sure to use the latest technique not to be cut off from the website you're scraping. Log everything to be sure you're not losing something in the value pipeline. Be sure also to use all the caching to web scrape legally your target website without disturbing the website operation and businesses. Scaling requires processes, templates, and automation in every step of the value pipeline. We don't dig for gold with pickaxe anymore. We use machines. Use machines also for the task in your company. Don't let dirty data make it to your dataset. It will mine your reputation. Use a publishing process to sell a stable and reliable flow of data. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed this speech. If you want to share some experience with me, or if you have some questions, or whatever you had in mind, please feel free to add me on LinkedIn or write me at pierluigi.mingiguerra@re-analytics.com. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pierluigi. That was really, really great talk. And we have some questions for you. I think we were going to activate your camera. Yeah, hi.
Yeah, hi.
So the first question we have, how do you manage website structure changes in a web scraper?
Well, that's one of the main point of doing web scraping in such a scale, because we have several hundreds of sources, and we don't have we have a monitor that says to us what's going on the pipeline. So if there's something wrong or everything is okay. So if something is wrong, maybe the website is changed, but it's not the only problem we can face if we can't scrape data anymore from this website. So we don't use at the moment any auto extract tool like the one of Scraping Hub, but we go to have a look at the data we extract to find out if the website are changed.
Hi there. Sorry about that. So some more questions. Did you try other solutions for your Protex? Could you compare, for example, Scrapy with Beautiful Soup or Splash with Selenium?
Yes, sure. We usually use all of these packages because every challenge we face has some particularity. So as an example, if we find out that some website cannot be scraped by non-headless crawler, so we must visualize the page to extract, then we use Beautiful Soup or Selenium just to have a visual browser. Otherwise, if we find out that there are some JavaScript challenges in the process of loading the website, then we use Splash as an add-on of Scrapy. We typically, the 80%, 90% of the scrapers we have are in Scrapy, unless we cannot scrape them, like I said before, or if we find out we have some APIs on the website, then we use a connection to the API straightforward and not from scraping, for scraping.
Great. So another question in was you break CAPTCHAs. So can you I'm trying to read this. So can you go through Incapsula protection solutions also?
Yes. So we, at the moment, yes, it's difficult to break CAPTCHA. So we don't do it, as I said in the slides, because it's very difficult to do them. So we avoid CAPTCHA, not break them. But about Incapsula, yes, we found out several websites that had Incapsula. Usually the solution we the technique we use is to reconstruct the path that the visitor makes in the website when he crawls by the browser. So let's, without going to too much technical details, we see what the browser does when loads the website, and try to figure out what are the steps needed to break the encapsula protection. But for any details, you can write me on LinkedIn or whatever, and we can discuss about it.
Great. I think we have time for just one last question, and it's maybe hopefully a quick one. What database has worked well for you to store your scrape data?
Well, actually, we have a lot of structured data because we store a lot of ads, more like prices from e-commerces and so on. So we have structured data. And for this, we rely on Redshift of AWS. Also, the Google BigQuery is a great tool. But yes, we rely on AWS Redshift.
Great. And while we were answering some of that questions, we had asked the audience a poll around the type of data that they're extracting. And so we have the answers back. Can you see them, Pierluigi?
Yes.
Yeah. So kind of an interesting mix.
Yes, interesting, even because we are on the top one. We also scrape product and pricing data. Also, that's the first one. News and articles, it's the second, and it's interesting because all the alternative data moves on for the financial web moves on this topic also. Yes.
True. And I think if we were in a different time, I wonder would hotel and travel and flights be a little different, right?
Yeah. But, in financial markets, hotel and travel, I think it's a hot topic at the moment to understand when we will recover from this situation.
Absolutely. And e-commerce and pricing is always very topical at the moment.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. It was great for you to deliver your talk and be here for the question and answers. So thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, Scraping Hub, and you all that attended to the speech.
Brilliant. Great. So next up, we have Janal Banani, who is a data specialist with Prospel. Joanne designed and manages various data pipelines. He loves Python, and he's been using it since 2013 for both work and play. And he's going to talk to us today around utilizing the Scrapy Cloud API for a seamless data pipeline.
Hi, everyone. Today, I will be talking about utilizing the Scrapy Cloud API for a seamless data pipeline. My name is Jonal Bacani, and I graduated as a geodetic engineer. I started my career as a GIS analyst. GIS, or Geographic Information System, is the discipline of gathering and analyzing spatial data or geographic data. And towards the end of my 4-year stint as a GIS analyst, I started working on data processing scripts. Basically, what we would get is spatial data that needed some transformation. So stuff like arithmetic or data checks. And basically, we had to perform these transformations before we are able to use the data for our maps and figures. And to do this, we created Python scripts that would do this automatically for us. And that greatly increased the efficiency of our workflow. And in doing this, I found myself enjoying the whole practice and finding it very challenging. So with that, I took a leap of faith and started applying for roles as data engineer or data analyst. And it paid off because I was able to get an offer for a data analyst position at Crosspool. And now it's already been over a year. And yeah, I'm now a data specialist. And to top it off, I never thought that I would be able to speak at an event like this and impart what I've learned, especially to people like you who probably have far more experience than me. So I'm thankful and I feel honored to be here today. And I hope in the next few slides, I would be able to impart something that can be helpful for you or something that you can apply to your business. So I work at Prospol, and at Prospol, our mission is to help every student get the best possible start to their career. We do this by partnering with universities, student societies, colleges, industry associations, and governments to be able to offer job and course opportunities to early stage career seekers. So we've built a tool which is essentially a directory for these opportunities. So for jobs, courses, and it offers other enriching content. So stuff like career advice, articles, how-tos, etc. Here's an example of one of our sites. This one's called Grad Australia, and it features graduate jobs. So over here, you can see a list of employers that are hiring fresh graduates. And then here are a bunch of articles and videos and some testimonies from uh, employees that have worked in these companies. If you go over here, you can get a list of all the jobs that are being offered. So there are graduate programs, internship programs, and a lot of other opportunities here. Another example is this one called Grad New Zealand. So aside from being a different area, New Zealand, this website offers jobs, but it also offers courses. So in this case, if you're graduating from uni or college and you wanted to take up further studies, then this is a good place for you to look. So there are different degrees that are offered. So one of the main strengths of this tool is we can customize it based on our partner's target audience. So if they want to attract more students to various postgraduate degrees, then they can offer a directory of those courses. Or if they wanted to offer a mix of both, we can also have jobs and courses all in one site. So as you can imagine, this involves a lot of data in the back end. And in the data team, we are in charge of ensuring that our data is up to date and accurate. And one of the main data types of data that we maintain is the course data. In our platform, we have over 15,000 courses, and these are offered by 150 institutions. And these courses are changing every day. There are updates to information, and we have to keep track of those to make sure that we are showing information that's current and accurate. To be able to do that, obviously we'd have to employ a workflow that's efficient and involves a lot of automatic steps so that it doesn't take up all of our time in the data team. To do that, we need to employ an ETL workflow. For those of you who are not familiar, ETL stands for extract, transform, and load. And it's basically a general workflow where you would gather data from a lot of different sources and then combine them or consolidate them by making them fit a standard schema. Then you load it into your data warehouse. So for us, what it looks like is, number one, we extract course data from different institution websites, and then we transform it to fit our data schema, and then we load it to our content management system. So in describing this general workflow, this can take many forms. It can be efficient, can be sloppy or not so efficient. And that's probably how we can describe our old workflow. So initially, this is what our workflow looked like. So first, we would have to build so for example, there's a new institution that we have to cover in our platform. So to do that, we would first look at their website, and then we'd have to create a scraper for their website, for their course data. So previously, we were using Web Scraper, the Google Chrome plugin, and it worked fine. So yeah, that's the first step. We would create the scraper in Web Scraper for a specific institution. And after that's done, every time we want to update the courses for that institution, we would have to, number one, start the scrape, wait for that scrape to finish, and then download the results. After downloading, we would then upload the scrape data to our processing tool. So this cleans out the data, this enriches the data, and does various stuff. And then after that's completed, we download it and do some final checks before uploading it finally to our CMS. So in this workflow, it actually involves at least three manual steps. And so those steps are, number one, starting the scrape, downloading raw data and uploading for processing, and then downloading the processed data and upload to CMS. So as we were thinking about this last year, we realized that we were spending quite a lot of time in performing these updates. We weren't going as fast as we wanted, because obviously if you want current data, you're going to have to do it more frequently and for all of those institutions. And we had 150, so it was quite time consuming. So we had to think of a way to remove some of these manual steps. So we did some research and we ended up with these two tools, Scrappy and Scrappy Cloud. So Scrappy is a web crawling framework written in Python. I'm sure most of us are familiar with this. And Scrappy Cloud is a web platform for running those Scrappy spiders. So Scrappy Cloud offers a lot of tools that you can use for making your data pipeline more efficient. And after reviewing all of those features, we ended up with these two main upgrades. So number one, we were able to utilize the scheduling of scrapes using the interface of Scrappy Cloud. And the second one is it allowed our cleaning and processing tool to access the scrape data directly using the Scrappy Cloud API. So instead of having to download the outputs of the scrape manually, it was actually now being accessed by our scraping tool. So for the first one, the scheduling. So here's an example of a schedule we have for our spiders. And the way we do it is first we group the spiders based on update frequency required. So for example, all these spiders here need to be updated once a month. And secondly, we assign the appropriate tags. So this one here is tag auto. And what this does is it helps our processing tool determine which scripts it should be processing. More on this in the following slides. So the next part, and this is the main part of my talk, is the API endpoints that we used. So we utilized 3 API endpoints, and that's job queue list, items, and jobs update. So this part here is what enabled our processing tool to access the data directly from Scrappy Cloud. And the process looks like this. First, the processing tool would send a request to job queue list endpoint, basically asking for a list of the jobs that have been completed that match a certain criteria. Scrappy Cloud then responds with a list of completed scrapes that match those criteria. And then the processing tool would request the scrape data for each of those completed jobs. Scrappy Cloud returns the scrape data, and then the processing tool will start with its operation. Once it's done, it sends a last request to update that job as completed, or to indicate that that job has been processed. So let's dive a little deeper into each of these requests. Let me show you what they look like and what the responses look like. So the first one is the job queue list endpoint. This is what the request looks like. So there are 4 parameters that I usually pass. And the first one obviously is the state. I only want jobs that are finished. Second one is the hashtag auto. If you can remember earlier, those spiders that I've scheduled have this tag auto. So it's going to be looking for that to know that it's supposed to process that job. Then the third one is lax tag consumed. So this one here is the tag that I add to a job that has been processed already in the last API request. And then the last one is it should lack the tag scholarship. So the reason behind this is we also have spiders that scrape scholarship data. So I don't want my course processing tool to pull any jobs or any spiders that have this tag. So after sending this request, I get a response that looks like this. So it's a list of jobs that match all these criteria that I've sent. So first one is the tag. So it has the tag auto. It doesn't have consumed or scholarship. So that's a check there. And then I take note of, the other one is the state. So it's marked as finished. So that's a check as well. Then next, I take note of the name of the spider and the key. So this is the unique ID of this specific job. And I take note of this because this is what I use in the second API request. The next request is a request for the scrape data, and it accesses it through the items endpoint. So here's the URL, and I affix the key at the end. And after this, I get a response that contains all the scrape data from that specific job. The tool then starts its operation, cleans and processes the data. And then after it's done, it performs a last API request to the jobs update endpoint. And it passes this payload. So it contains the project ID and the job key. And then I wanted to add the tag consume so that in the next iterations of the process, this job will not be pulled anymore and avoid getting double processed. So with those upgrades, we were able to improve our workflow, make it more efficient. So now our workflow looks like this. So Scrappy Cloud, we still have to write the spider that scrapes the website. But once that's done, we upload it and we set the schedule for it. So Scrappy Cloud then handles when the spider should run. So for example, a monthly spider would run on its schedule, and then the processing tool would regularly check if there are any completed jobs in Scrappy Cloud via the Scrappy Cloud API. And if it gets any, it pulls it and does the processing and stores the output in a database. Now, members of our team will have to watch out in this database. And if there are any new processed scrapes, what we do is we simply download the clean data, do some final checks, and then upload it to our CMS. So now our workflow that used to involve 3 manual steps for us now only involves 1 manual step. And because of this upgrade, we were able to allot more time in development of other things for our team, like maintaining our spiders or making sure that our spiders are up to date when there are website changes, and a lot of other data related concerns. So that's how we were able to have a more seamless data pipeline using the tools of Scrappy Cloud. And I hope you were able to pick up a thing or two. And I'm now opening the floor for any questions you might have.
Hi, thanks so much. That was a great talk and nice to see you live with us. So we have a few questions. The first one up was, what ETL pipeline and database are you using?
First of all, sorry for
To unmute you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, that's better. Sorry, you were just
All right.
very faint.
Sorry about that. So yeah, first of all, sorry for the mispronunciation of scrapey. That's probably how we would say it in our side of the world. So And yeah, going back to the question, our ETL workflow. As described in the presentation, we use Scrapy for our extraction, and then for our transformation, we use Node.js scripts housed in a VPS. And so that's for the transformation, and we store that data ultimately in the CMS, but we store it intermediately in a MongoDB database.
Great. So another question, how much data logic do you put in the spiders, or do you try to get the data as raw as possible?
Okay, yeah. So we try to put as much data logic as we can that does not require like matchings and mappings. So for example, like parsing durations of courses, or probably like intake months of specific courses, like the dates. We try to clean that up as much as we can in the spider itself. And in the transformation step, that's where we do most of our data enrichment and mapping it to match our terminology in our website. So like one of the main things that we map in our transformation step is the study fields of these courses. So a lot of different institutions use different terms and how they would describe study fields. So that's one of the main things that we have to perform, is to match their terms with the terms that we use in our platform.
Great. So another question for you, do you use some tech to do distributed crawl jobs like RabbitMQ or Kafka for large amounts of data?
Yeah, interesting question. That's actually one of the things that we're starting to move towards. I think relatively the scale of our operation is smaller than what most of you are doing, and definitely compared to Pierluigi's operations. So it hasn't really come up yet that we need to do these things. And but as we grow and as we get more data and do more scrapes, it's something that we need to work towards. Yeah.
Okay. I think we have some questions that were actually asked in the chat, so I think they're for you as well. So what are the advantages of using Scrapy Cloud over self-hosted Scrapy?
Well, the obvious answer would be not taking care of managing it. Our team is a bit small, so there's actually only 2 of us in our team, and it didn't really come from technical, like we weren't formally taught these things, so we're just kind of figuring it out as we go along. So if something is being served to us, like the Scrapy Cloud hosted by Scraping Hub, then it's obviously an advantage for us. But in terms of like flexibility and customization, I guess there are some perks to hosting it yourself. You can add specific stuff that you actually need for your specific use case. So if you have the technical skills to pull it off, then and if you see that it has enough added value for you, then I think, yeah, you could go for the self-hosted one. But otherwise, Scrapy Cloud is very easy to use and very applicable for our team.
Great. I think we have time for one last question, if that's okay. the question is, how are you listening out for changes? Are you using a virtual machine that checks over time?
Okay. So what we do is we schedule these scrapes to run on a schedule. So like, for example, if there are specific institutions that we want to keep a close eye on, then we'd have to run the scrapes regularly, like every week or every month. And in some other cases, it doesn't have to be that often. One interesting thing about courses is it's not as popularly scraped, I think, like compared to other stuff. Like, I don't think it was in the choices a while ago in the poll. So I think a lot of the issues that you might have with scraping, like product information or all of those other stuff, kind of vanish in this use case. But so yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Thank you so much. That was great. I know you'll be staying on with us, so if there's any other questions for Janelle, we can, please put them in the Q&A. So thank you so much, and appreciate your talk. So next, we're going to change format a little bit and have a panel discussion. And we've got Attila Toth from Scraping Hub, and he's going to host the panel discussion, and he'll introduce you to our panelists. And we're talking today about cutting edge ways to tackle anti-bot challenges. So over to you, Attila.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mary. Hey, everybody. My name is Attila Toth. I'm a tech evangelist at Scraping Hub. I will be hosting this panel discussion. But first of all, thank you, everybody, for being here live. It's really awesome to see that there are this many people who want to know more about web data extraction and are interested in this topic. So in this session, what we will be covering is the biggest challenge today in web data extraction at scale, which is tackling anti-bot challenges. We have an excellent lineup of speakers for this panel who will be sharing their insights regarding anti-bots and working around them. In the meantime, if you have any questions, you can use the Q&A panel. We are going to spend some time at the end of this session to answer your questions. Also, I believe we will have a poll displayed, and if you want to answer that as well, that would be great. So to kick it off, we all know that there is a huge amount of value to be gained from web data extraction. But unfortunately, it's becoming harder and harder to do it at scale. And if you have extracted data from the web at scale in the recent years, you know that anti-bots create a big challenge for people and businesses who want to get access to publicly available web data. And as a baseline, you want to make sure that you're being respectful to the websites, but even though you are respecting the websites and scraping the web in a legal manner, you might get blocked anyway. And if you get blocked, you're not getting any web data. If you don't have web data and your business depends on it, then that is a problem. So with that said, working around anti-bots is a very technical challenge, as many of you may know. And so we are going to talk about the technical nuances, but it's also important to understand the customer perspective and how it can impact your business on a high level. We try to provide some insights regarding this topic, and we can hopefully give you some actionable tips also to get around anti-bots. So first, I would like to introduce our panel. We have Akshay Filler, who is head of development at Scraping Hub. He has been leading the anti-bot developments here at Scraping Hub. We have Thomas Rinke, Scraping Hub sales team leader. Thomas has a tremendous experience working with proxy management clients and helping them scale up their web scraping and achieve high success rates with proxies. And we have Pengyu Chen, who has been at the forefront as a software engineer here at Scraping Hub, developing cutting-edge anti-ban solutions. So first, if you guys each could take a minute to introduce yourself and talk about your role in tackling Antibot issues, what do you do day to day, and so on. So maybe let's start with you, Thomas.
Thank you, Attila. My name is Tomas Rinke. I've been working here at Scraping Hub as an account manager and specialized in Crawlera for the last 5 years or so. Crawlera is our proxy management solution. And I've been helping customers achieve scale on their web scraping projects on these past 5 years. I would say words such as antibots, bans, success rates, proxies are in my day-to-day talks with customers and scraping hubbers. And I'm really, really glad to be invited to this panel to provide that customer and as well product interaction with you and all the other panelists and the audience. I think you need to unmute, Attila. Yes.
Cool. All right. Great. Thank you, Thomas. What about you, Akshay?
Hey, Attila. Hey, everyone. So I head the development team here at Scraping Hub, and this team has to contend with Antibot protected websites every single day. So during the course of this discussion, I hope to discuss some ideas around what this entails.
Sounds good. Peng Yu.
Hello, everyone. My name is Peng Yu Chen, and I'm an engineer from Scraping Hub. So my day-to-day work has been involved within the projects deeply. So for example, writing the crawlers, and recently I've been focusing on working to develop a solution to resolve the Antibot problems.
Great. So to kick off as a first topic, let's talk about the challenges of Antibots. And actually, maybe let's jump to you first. Could you give a brief overview of Antibots and the challenges created by Antibots?
Right. So at a high level, the term Antibots is an umbrella term that's used for a bunch of different techniques that a website can use in order to restrict access to its content, right? I mean, ultimately, the intended users of that website are target users who are going to be purchasing something from the website, or search engines that are going to aid in discovery of that website, right? So everything else is possibly noise or unintended users, and that's what Antibots are deployed. That's the reason why Antibots are deployed by websites. So as far as Antibots are concerned, given the fact that we use browsers and there's so many different underlying technologies that power access to a website, Antibots exist at various different layers. So just to give you a brief description of each of those, let's start at the topmost level, the browser itself. Now, what is a browser? It is a feature-rich environment that is powered by JavaScript in order to give users an immersive experience. Now, this immersive experience is powered by a multitude of web APIs. I don't remember how many APIs, probably Peng Yu has the exact count in his head, but these APIs range from font APIs, plugins, Canvas, WebRTC, WebGL, geolocation, audio, and what have you. And with the use of these APIs, an Antibot can particularly fingerprint users very uniquely. When you go a level below, you come across the HTTP specification itself, right? And the HTTP specification is very loose in terms of certain stuff around its implementation. So each browser has specific quirks or specific way in which it implements things. As an example, headers. HTTP specification does not say whether headers need to be in a specific order, what sort of values they need to carry, or what is the casing of specific headers. So this again allows browser vendors to have their own way of creating these headers and then target websites or Antibots being able to identify what the browser is just through these unique traits that a browser has. Then you get down to a lower level, that is the TCP/IP protocol. And that again allows for fairly loose specification, which in turn allows operating systems to have certain traits which can be latched onto by target websites. And finally, at the lowest level is the IPs and the proxies that Thomas can probably talk a lot about. But IPs themselves give you information about what is the source of the IPs. Is that an IP that belongs to GCP or AWS, or is that IP that is unique to a user because it's powered by their ISP? The IP address can again give you the region of the user. That address of the IP address region can be cross-referenced against the geolocation API. So that way you have this very large attack surface which is available for an anti-bot to leverage. To add to the mix and to add to the complexity here, you have these behavior-based techniques that are becoming very common now. So request frequency, the way you access the website. You go to the product page, you click specific links, the gestures that are performed, all of these are tracked by the websites themselves, which makes again masquerading as a bot fairly difficult. And again, to add more complexity here, websites can change these settings fairly easily without having to write code, which means that you have certain specific settings on a certain part of a website, while another website may not be protected or have a different anti-bot or different settings. So all of this makes data collection, as we know at this point of time, an extremely difficult business today, right? I mean, you don't have something like Python or JavaScript skills. You need to supplement and augment that with skills around reverse engineering, probably anomaly detection, machine learning, and what have you. Right. So it is a very complex mechanism that these antibots make us content with.
You mentioned a lot of aspects of antibots here, but maybe let's take a step back, because like what I've seen many times is that people often start having issues with antibots when they try to scale up their web scraping with proxies. And maybe Thomas, you have a good perspective here, and maybe you could share your perspective on the impacts of antibot challenges while trying to scale up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course, I would say that achieving scale, as you said, is in web scraping projects is alone a big challenge. I always get the questions from customers: what do we need to do in order to achieve millions of requests to scale a web scraping project for a single website or a set of websites? So there are a couple of things that need to be in place there to achieve scale. One of it is a polished web scraper, having the talent and the right people to being able to develop those scrapers. It's vital, and as well having the right infrastructure to execute and to obtain the data that you need. This infrastructure, of course, involves a good proxy solution, and as Akshay said, before, you need as well advanced blocking mechanisms these days. And don't get me wrong, I would say that anti-bots play a really important part in the prevention of security threats. In the context of accessing publicly available information, I'm afraid that the unbalanced blocking techniques affect our customers and many businesses across all verticals. And the challenges evolve continuously, but we can summarize some of them that we see when we talk with customers. Being consistent in getting quality data, it is one of the challenges because either not having data or having bad data as well means bad business or probably making bad decisions. And internally to the companies as well, a challenge is how do I enable my team with dealing with these challenges. Not always customers have the expertise nor the capacity to achieve scale in web scraping projects with consistency. And I would say one of the challenges as well is understanding that anti-bots it's a challenge itself early in the conception of the web scraping project. So I would name those as the main points there as impacts and challenges.
Right. Moving on to the developer perspective, Pengyu, what do you see how antibots affect the developers' work? Is there any uncertainty maybe?
Okay, right, sure. So because I have been a developer myself during the years of my career. So I would like to say Antibot has been creating a big challenge to developers, because eventually we would like to have everything under control. We would like to see things predictable. So for example, when we start, or even before starting implementing, starting to work on a project, we need to know the expectation. See how many days or months do we need to make everything work. And besides, during running of a project, so during a long running project, we may sometimes encounter unpredicted issues, like sudden failures of the crawlers. We usually want to know the expected time to fix the issues, but given the existence of Antibot, these things are really hard to predict, which created a high level of uncertainty to us, to the developers.
Yes, this sort of high level uncertainty, I think, is really like, it's a huge problem on the technical side, but also in the customer perspective. What the customer sees is that the data quality drops, and maybe we can talk about this next, which is how really Antibots affect data quality and customer data needs. And maybe Thomas, could you share your perspective on this?
Yeah, sure. In the web data business, there is a common pattern with all the customers that they rely on data to be successful on their businesses. That means that not having the right or the quality, the level of quality in the data means that is an impact. And the Antibots self of the blocking techniques affect our customers' web data acquisition, but either not allowing them to access the data in a timely manner, and as well not being able to be consistent on getting the data every day, just to supply the needs of information that are required. That affects the completeness of data sets. The questions are such as we got from customers are, do I have all the data that I need? Eventually, not having like 1 hour or 2 hours or 5 hours of a data feed, it will affect my historical data. And that will it will be something that I cannot or the customers cannot recover, because it's information that's constantly changing and we cannot recover that. And as well, accuracy is the data that I'm getting the right one. Sometimes false positives could as well affect the trust on the data that you're getting. So it's really important to from the customer perspective, have the security that the data they're getting is complete and it's accurate, and that you're able to be consistent on that, because eventually bad data means bad decisions or bad business.
Right, very true. Actually, do you have a take on this?
Right, yes. I mean, one is business critical data, of course, as Thomas mentioned. Another part, of course, is, you'd have a couple of talks about this, one from Amanda and Chris from Uncharted Software, as well as Garrett and David from Searchlight Security, and they'll talk about dark web. So, we have a bunch of customers who work on monitoring these dark web protected websites, where you see a lot of nefarious activities happening. Similarly, you've got companies that are into brand protection. They're into intellectual property protection and all of those things. You've got websites that are selling counterfeit products, having plagiarism, piracy, and all of this combines to become a huge revenue drain on the affected party. Now we see that these target websites or these authentic websites make heavy use of infrastructure, as well as CDN providers, big name CDN providers, which make tapping into their content extremely difficult. So that's another angle here, getting around to this data, which is potentially becoming a huge revenue drain on real big Fortune 500 companies.
Right. Now let's touch upon a topic that I think is rarely mentioned, which is user experience and the effect that antibots sometimes have on user experience. And maybe Pengyu, could you describe how antibots can make the user experience a nightmare for even regular users?
Right, sure. So first of all, because we know that antibot is actually quite a task of two parts. So the first part is to determine which exactly visitors are bots, specifically are bad robots. And the second step is to block access from these kind of bad robots. But this kind of task as a classifier, we all know there's no single classifier that can achieve exactly 100% rate of accuracy. So therefore, the last thing a website wants to do is to hurt the actual users, and together with the good robots. But whatever they do to enhance their protection, to increase the level of security, okay, they may eventually, in some level, hurt the normal users. So for example, we have been seeing there are vendors who provide this kind of anti-bot technologies that may introduce, for example, a JavaScript challenge that blocks your whole page for several seconds for any new visitor. So that is some time to wait, because every new visitor of the website, no matter if it is a user, a human user, or a robot, will need to wait like up to 5 seconds. And besides, we know there's a category, a new type of technology regarding fingerprinting, browser fingerprinting, to specifically identify each single visitor bot that may raise the privacy concerns to every human visitor of the website. And also, I assume everyone here listening to this talk has got the experience sometime to fill in to resolve the captchas, but that is not a good thing to see after to humans, because that's just if captchas happen too frequently, it will surely be a waste of time.
Right. I feel like until now we mentioned so many complexities, like so many challenges, fingerprinting issues. You mentioned captchas, but at the end of the day, I think if you come across an antibot and you cannot get the data, the only thing you want to do is to figure out a solution, how to work around the antibot. So maybe let's spend some time how one can ensure that we can keep extracting data, how to ensure we are not getting blocked. And maybe Akshay and Pengyu, you could expand on this topic, how we can ensure not getting blocked.
First and foremost, I think to ensure you're not getting blocked, you really need to understand why the target website is employing those techniques. You've got to be a good citizen of the net, and you need to scale wisely. You can't go down hitting a website and blocking it completely. Then you don't have access to data. So the first step always is to scale responsibly. Thereafter, identifying the type of protection that the website is employing is again important. You need to understand whether it is being applied at the client side, at the JavaScript side, or it is at the lower levels as we discussed. So you need tools to identify the nature of the antibot, and thereafter you can use the right tools to get around it. You've got a huge number of tools, right from proxies such as data center proxies or residential proxies, tools such as custom browsers or headless Chrome or whatever that is available in the market, coupled with Selenium and what have you. Overall, then you need an infrastructure that you can combine all of these tools together with stuff such as captcha solving, anomaly detection, response verification, and all of those things, so that you can get around a website. Because as we said, there's several different dimensions to this problem, and just one tool, most of the time, at least for complex antibots, isn't enough. So choosing the right tool or choosing the right combination of tools is important.
Okay, right. So the first thing I would like to say is it is really, really important to behave. Yes, even as web crawlers, because while we from our side we want the data, we want the public data from the open network. We do not want to trouble the websites. For example, we do not want to overload the websites. So there are good bots and bad bots, and I assume it is the every single crawler's responsibility to behave like a good bot. Okay. Besides that, I fully agree with Akshay on we need to understand. We need to understand the website's mechanism of anti-bot, of blocking the bots in order to design our solutions. Because we all know there are various approaches from their side, from a website side, to do whatever they want to retrieve the information they need for the classification task. Because, for example, they should be able to retrieve information from different layers, like from the transaction, the TCP/IP, and HTTP layers. And plus, they are able to execute JavaScript in the user browsers in order to perform tasks like information gathering, like fingerprinting, and to ask the users to perform specific tasks like the captchas. So everything they do, we need to understand. That's the baseline, because if you don't really understand what happens out there, you may not be likely to overcome the dance. So that is what we have been. That is what I assume should be very important to every person who works in the very task of any bot. And after that, I mean, after knowing, the thing is, if you gain some certain level of knowledge on what happens out there, for example, if you know exactly what's being taken, the set of data, the array, or what we say, the vector of information is being taken, is being sent back to the websites, it may be relatively easy for you to start drafting a solution against the anti-bot techniques like fingerprinting.
Right. Now, maybe as a next thing as a next topic, we can talk about. Oh, Thomas, sorry. Yeah, go.
Yeah. I was going to add. I think the Pengu's point is really important, and as well, and this is resonating as well a lot with what we deal with customers as well, which is understanding the scale that the business needs to what the site as well can deliver, and delivers on a normal basis. So many times, defining the traffic profile of the requirement, that means what the business requires versus what the site can deliver. It's really important. I'm here in Scrappy. We have so many samples where we needed to align the expectations of the business versus what the site could deliver. That means unreal requirements that potentially could meant to a single website achieving millions of requests when the website itself had only less than 1 million requests on a monthly basis from different sources. So it is important as well to define the traffic profile, and that is understanding which websites you're going to target, which regions do you need to target these websites from, and as well understanding the volumes that you need to achieve, and put them on perspective versus what the sites are regularly doing, and and being as polite as possible with this, and it definitely is another perspective to have when thinking about how to ensure I'm not getting blocked as well, aligning the business vision with the business requirements with the site's capabilities as well.
Right. Now, before we jump into Q&A, maybe we should spend some time on Scraping Hub's approach to solve this problem, and maybe we could share some insights regarding the product we have been developing to tackle antibot challenges, a solution that will make it possible to extract data from any websites without the headache of dealing with antibots. And I think there are both sides to this. One is the customer-facing side, the customer, the proxy perspective, and the other is the technical perspective. And maybe, Thomas, we could start with the customer perspective, what the customer will experience with a solution like this.
Mm-hmm. That's good. And as Ryan said on the first talk, Scraping Hub is it's a deep customer focused company. It is one of our core values, and being as such, we are focusing getting data from the web, and we try to keep, as I said in the last question, a balance between the business goals and which is getting the data at scale and keeping a healthy infrastructure. That means the proxies that we use in order to get the data. We wanted to keep them as healthy as possible, to keep a healthy business, and as well being using a polite strategy based on what the sites can deliver. When we keep these objectives balanced, that means delivering successful or delivering data, constant data to customers, keeping a healthy infrastructure, and being polite to the websites. We're doing a good job. And our expertise in delivering data at scale for our customers with our delivery team, plus I would say developing the platform to execute the projects internally and letting our customers using it for their own projects puts us in a good position, and it generates, I believe, a virtuous cycle there, because every challenge we see from the antibots or not getting data at scale, we face it from different angles. We face it as data providers, and we face it as well as product owners, and that generates a good rapid responses to customers and evolution of our products, and such as Crawlera, which is our proxy management solution, and the advanced techniques, blocking techniques that we put on the product that produce successful responses eventually, and give our customers that the ability to be consistent in getting data from the web.
Right. You mentioned politeness, which is I think really important, because the core of any product that wants to go around antibots should be polite in terms of being polite to the websites. You don't want to distract the website. And if we go deeper on the technical side, Akshay, Pengyu, what do you guys see, or what have you experienced developing this universal solution? What it looks like now, what it will look like in the near future?
Right. So
maybe share. Yeah.
So we've had a long tradition, maybe 10 plus years of scraping websites. So we built a lot of tools along the way, and a lot of knowledge and expertise among our people, to know what to do. So the tools are basically, one is the information or intelligence gathering tools to identify what is happening at the website, what is the antibot mechanism, and what have you. There are open source tools like Don't Fingerprint Me, but we do have specialized tools as well that leverage the data. We crawl a lot of information, billions and billions of pages every single month, which gives us access to certain data, which allows us to get more information about what these target websites do. Stuff such as geofencing. I see a lot of questions around a major CDN provider. I'm not going to name them. So, geofencing is one of the major things that such CDNs and reverse proxy solutions employ. That combined with, once you know what a website is doing, you profile it, then is using the actual tools. And then again, the tools are the usual suspects. You have headless browsers, Splash, for example, built by Mikhail, who's going to be talking probably later today. And you got captcha solvers, you've got proxies, and of course, other custom browsers, given how varied the current landscape is. You got to couple that up with anomaly detection, content verification, to identify whether a website is truly sending you data that is accurate, that it's sending to real users, or it's banning you or sending you incorrect information. So what we did was we created a big process flow, taking all of these tools, and ultimately we found that when we give this process out to our developers, it takes about 32 to 40 steps to really cobble together all these tools and get around certain anti-bot websites. And that was the primary reason why we created a product, or we're in the process of launching a product. And the idea is to, as you said, to be able to crawl the website politely because of the information we already have about website capacity, and couple that up with all of these tools so that anyone who's looking to collect data, open data, can go about their business of collecting the data and analyzing it, rather than having to delve into all of these intricacies that we look at every single day. So it's basically a combination of all of these different tools that we talked about behind a product that can be exposed to folks to simply collect data and worry about nothing else.
Right. Pengyu, do you want to add anything to this?
Yes, sure. So actually, from my perspective, the most important one thing, or the core objective, I would say, is to meet the expectations of the website, because as I earlier mentioned, the detection of bots, the detection of robots is basically a classification task. So the task will involve determining whether a visitor is really a human or a good bot or bad bot, or basically just bots. But during the task, whatever the website has is not only the vector of information from retrieved from your single visit. So because what they have is the historical data, maybe millions or billions, or for some really large websites, or trillions of historical visiting data. And based on all the patterns, they will have some kind of specific expectations from users, from real good users. So just give you a few examples. Like Archie earlier mentioned, sometimes we will need sometimes the website will surely look for existence of JavaScript, the execution. This is actually this actually answers one of the questions where we cannot resolve the issue using only Scrappy, because Scrappy itself is not capable of doing JavaScript execution. Okay, the website will expect real browsers to be there, and they will expect some level of human interaction, like the mouse movements, keyboard input, and sometimes capture resolution. And they will expect the features of your visit to meet exactly what they know of, like the browsers, the TS, the ciphers. Okay, because they know in advance what should be there. So that leaves the task to us or to any other developer out there to meet the expectations of websites.
Right. Okay. Anything else you guys want to add to this? If no, then we can have a look at the questions, because there are quite a few. So let's start off. Maybe Pengyu, you mentioned JavaScript execution being an important part of antibots, and there's a question related to that. So the question is, how do you see Splash being more useful in handling antibot challenges over Puppeteer? And how Splash is more valuable in terms of ease of usage, flexibility in using it with Python, performance, and scaling aspects. Want to understand how Scraping Hub developed solutions tools are useful in such scenarios.
Okay, that is a interesting question, and I assume Mikhail actually may have more to say on that. So from my personal perspective, they are different products. There are different products that are built on different technologies, because we know Splash was initially built upon Qt WebKit, and Puppeteer was initially targeted to Chromium only. Later, or as of today, it can work on the protocol, the debugging protocol, to drive either Chromium or Firefox. So that is to say, the baseline or the underlying browser, the renderer is not the same. So that is part one, because we are eventually using different renderers for pages, and we know that so many different websites. Some websites may prefer specific technologies. So, for example, one website may allow access from Splash at the very same time to block the access of Puppeteer in its source code. That may happen, and I assume we know of some of the existences. Plus, they've got different API, different ways of the interaction. So that sometimes make a huge difference, because that will limit how we could we could further do our resolution task. So it is like whenever, sometimes we got specific actions to do, specific things to do within the page, but that some of the actions may be done easily, a little bit more easier in one of the products than the other. So I'm not talking about specifically whether Splash is better than Puppeteer or the vice versa, but we see examples, we see cases where Splash may be a better choice, and in some other examples, Puppeteer may be a better choice. So it may depend on the specific cases.
Right. Also, adding to that, as a general rule of thumb, and correct me, guys, if I'm wrong, but I feel like as a general rule of thumb, sometimes in some scenarios, it always depends on the website, but you might be better off just using like a full-fledged browser instead of coming up with using a very basic tool which doesn't have any JavaScript rendering capabilities like Scrapy, which is great. It's a really great tool, but it doesn't render JavaScript. And then you just keep adding scripts to it to make your request. And at the end, it might be you might be better off just using a headless browser like Splash or Puppeteer or Selenium. But correct me if I'm wrong. Cool. Then that means I'm right. Cool.
So sorry, someone had muted me, Attila. So I got to answer
sorry.
that. Right. So it's horses for courses, to be honest. So Scrapy has its value in certain websites, and it's all about you coupling Scrapy with a certain solution. So the solution that we're working on allows you to couple Scrapy or whatever you're using, Mechanize or whatever else, to continue to leverage that crawler and still use the solution. So it's horses for courses, as Peng you mentioned. So the challenge with using a fully fledged browser is you having to run it on an infrastructure. It's resource hungry. So there's a lot more maintenance work that goes into actually deploying that solution and continuing to maintain that. In fact, there was the story from one of the websites, one of the Antibot providers, who sent a big Twitter stream around how Antibots using something like Lambda coupled with all of these headless and headful browsers were trying to scrape them, and as a result were spending tons of money, because you need two vCPUs, you need probably 2 GB of memory to run all of these things. So it can get very expensive very quickly. So it's horses for courses. You never really have a silver bullet that works for all of these websites. And if you do end up using a browser, then you've got to be very, very careful around the underpinnings, the infrastructure that goes into you maintaining a crawl. Not just maintaining the crawl, but knowing where to cut off. So it's not really that simple. It's pointing a browser and getting the data you want from the website.
Right, right. Now I see a question. Maybe we could cover this, and maybe it's a good question for you, Thomas, which is what determines a good bot?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think we cover the a little bit on the talk, but understanding the goals of getting publicly available information would determine that you're trying to get publicly information that it is a good perspective on being a good bot. I would say understanding the traffic profile of the business requirements and what the sites can deliver, and always aiming to get publicly available information, put you in the right direction for that.
Right. Now let's cover a fingerprinting question. Maybe it would be good for you, Akshay. So how can you bypass anti-bot solutions that use browser fingerprinting?
Right, I think Peng, you touched upon this a few times as well, right? Firstly, you need to understand what type of fingerprinting it's using. You have open source tools like Don't Fingerprint Me that you can try and gather some information from. But in most cases, websites go a level deeper, which means that you probably do need to get into the JavaScript and try to understand what's happening behind the scenes. But if that's a bit too much, then you get down to using a browser, as Attila just mentioned. So using a browser, you can couple that up with the tools such as, if you're using Puppeteer, you've got Puppeteer Extra libraries as well. So you can try a hand with that. In most cases, you may need to write custom code or whatever else to actually provide a consistent browser fingerprint, a high enough entropy or variety, so that the target website cannot really uniquely fingerprint all of the different requests that you're sending across to that website. So it's using a browser, patching some of the code either internally or using a JavaScript library, and then of course maintaining entropy through having an infrastructure that can support running a lot of these custom browsers. So you need to do all of these things for the real difficult websites that we've encountered.
A question maybe related to this. Can you give me some examples for client-side blocking and server-side blocking?
Peng wants to go for it.
Yeah, unmute Peng.
Yeah, thanks. Actually, the first idea from my side is I don't really believe. I mean, I don't really believe there's a thing called client-side blocking, because client-side everything happens within the client-side is unreliable. So we have to assume that. I mean, we have to assume that from the website's perspective, with everything being executed there, maybe somehow be forged. So what I would say is all the decisions of whether a visitor shall be banned or not, shall be, if implemented correctly, shall be from the server side. So from their side. And what I assume, or maybe you would like to, you'd be interested, is actually the information collection happens. So because we will see examples and we see two different patterns where the information of the fingerprinting may be collected from the client side or from the server side. Like we earlier mentioned, when doing that from the server side, we usually consider, when a website collects such information from the server side, they usually look for like everything related to traffic like transactions or TCP/IP, okay, the features and HTTP, for example, the headers. And during the client side data collection, they would usually look into everything that happens within a browser, especially the JavaScript related thing, like the fingerprinting. So that makes the major difference. But I would like to say, usually such decisions are usually made from the server side. So which is to say, all the information that are collected from the client side is usually sent back to the server in some form, and for them to decide whether the session or the single visitor shall be blocked in the future.
Right. Let's look at 2 more questions. So we have a question regarding banning. How do you identify when you have been banned by a website, and how do you overcome that ban? Now, I assume the second part of the question, how do you overcome that ban? It always depends on the actual website, I believe, but maybe how can we identify if we get banned by a website?
Usually you identify you're getting banned because the amount of data that you are used to getting, it's been reduced either by the volume or the quality. In the path of achieving scale in web scraping, there are a few moments where you feel like you're getting data at scale, and this is a simple task. This is something that anyone can do. But then you start seeing that getting consistent and getting data, it's the real challenge. And you start scratching your head saying, okay, I had I don't know, let's say 1 million items this month. I obtained 1 million items this month from these websites. Now I have half of it. So you start, trying to understand what's happening, and you see that you don't only have HTTP 200 responses, but you're starting to see timeouts. You're starting to see either 200 requests, but when you inspect on those requests, you start to see CAPTCHAs inside of those, and that's where you could say you are welcomed to the challenge of achieving scale, and when you realize you're getting banned. Perhaps I can leave that how to overcome the bans to Akshay, but just getting the right or Pengyu, getting the right infrastructure in place, having proxies and advanced unblocking techniques depending on the type of bans that you are getting on the sites. It's the way to go, I would say.
Right. I fully agree with that. So again, on the topic of detection, of detecting whenever we are being banned. So I would say if I am to say that in just one word, okay, that should be when we receive not what we expect. So it is like, I fully agree what Thomas has covered earlier from the high level perspective. It is like if you crawl a website and you expect like 1,000 products in each full crawl, and suddenly you get only 200. That is something you don't anticipate, and that may indicate a ban from the high level. Okay, I'm going to now talk a little bit regarding the low level things. So for example, what we see from each single request or response, and or a few of them. So basically, different websites or different vendors they tend to use different approaches for such bans. But anything they do is to create obstacles or just prevent you from prevent a visitor from accessing the data. So just if I'm to give a few examples, okay, they may they may send you captures instead of the page content. So when you see a capture, okay, you are most likely to be banned. And also there are different cases where the web server may simply return to you nothing at all. They may give you a HD 403, indicating a not allowed, instead of a meaningful page content. Or what they could do is to some kind of undocumented or irregular behavior. So as you remember that there are some websites whenever they decide to ban you, they just send a simple redirection from your request back to the very index page of the website, to the front page. Okay, and that other things they could do to ban you, like when they want to ban you. Like for example, a website could simply drop the underlying TCP connection. So that is also done. Or they may keep the connection open. But whenever after they have received the request from your side, they simply respond nothing. They may wait for a very long time, like a minute or so, for you to time out to consume your resources, and that is surely another type of ban. So what I suggest is to monitor closely all these kind of metrics and to understand what happens from your side. So because they may anyway become a very good indicator of bans.
Right. So before we wrap up, and maybe we can now look at the poll results. And in the meantime, just quickly, as it was mentioned already at the beginning of the event by Ryan, regarding how to extract beta, and then that it will have a capability that is basically that can solve antibot challenges without you having to do anything. So just quickly, maybe Akshay, you have some thoughts around this, like as far as infrastructure, what it really means for someone who is using who will use AutoExtract in the future with this antibot capability built in, and how will it change the way we get data from the web?
So using such a product which exposes a REST API means that you can use your existing crawling infrastructure, maybe using Scrapy, Mechanize, something in Java, and simply fetch the content using that REST API. So, all of this logic of getting around the antibot resides behind a product, and you have just this API interface that will provide you fetched content. The nature of the content could be, screenshots, extracted data, or the raw HTML, or any other content that you would want from a website, and it's like consuming any other API service. So it makes it that easy for you. So a lot of thought, of course, has gone into it to ensure users are, it is a very user-friendly service, and we have a beta program that's been going on, and a lot more information about this will be launched, will be made available publicly over the course of this month and next.
Cool. Thank you. I think our time is up. Oh, and we got the poll results. We can quickly mention that. So the first question was, in your experience, what's the most important aspect or aspects to avoid bans? And interestingly, almost half the people answered proxy management, that they feel like proxy management is the most important aspect to avoid bans. Do you guys have any thoughts around that?
Also, from the data available, yes, in 70 to 80% of the cases, maybe more, websites use such mechanisms such as request frequency, or they don't go to the JavaScript level at all. So in these cases, proxy management, which is Thomas's forte, I think, making good use of it, using sessions, using Crawlera sessions or any other proxies, using sessions to get around antibot mechanisms. I think that should more or less suffice. Other 30% of the use cases, you would need to use sol captures or use headless browsers. Thomas, what's your take on that?
Yeah, I agree with you. Like the and the poll is really convincing on that. The proxy management, being able to manage proxies to deliver successful responses. I think it's has been our approach in Crawlera from the beginning. So for us, it's a way of having all the options within one solution, where we have plan A, B, and C within the same solution, and the focus is to get successful responses back to the customers. So yeah.
The next question on the poll was, what's your biggest concern when researching a proxy vendor? Here we have 3 things at the top: price, volume and type of proxies provided, and obviously whether it works with my target websites. Regarding this, we saw at Scraping Hub, we saw a lot of requests regarding Crawlera as far as will we have a cheaper price in the future? And the good news is that, which was already mentioned, I believe, that we will roll out a plan which is going to be cheaper than our current cheapest plan. So that might be good news for many people who want to use Crawlera, but the current price was just too high for them. All right, I think that's it. I hope it was useful. Thank you guys for participating on this panel. And we're gonna be in the LinkedIn group. If you guys have any further questions, we can continue the conversation there.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was a great panel, and I think we could probably spend the whole day talking about that topic. For everyone else, we're going to take a 30-minute break right now. So it's been a great session so far. Please go grab a coffee. We'll also, would tell you guys to head over to the LinkedIn group if you want to do a little bit of networking over there. And we also have, I forgot to mention it this morning, we do have some great prizes. I know Kevin had put that up in the chat. So do definitely come back after the break. And we'll be back here, like you can see on your screens, 1700 hours GMT, 12 p.m. EST, and 9 a.m. Pacific time. So we look forward to hearing or talking to you guys in about 30 minutes. Thanks. Bye. So we're going to get going again in a couple of minutes. We can see here people are logging back in. So we'll just give them a couple of seconds to do that before we start our next talk. You probably will see on your screen as well a poll. So if you have a chance, if you could take that while we're waiting to get started, and then we'll look at the results of that at the end of our next talk. Great. Well, welcome back, everybody. I hope you've all got a cup of coffee and you're ready for the next couple of sessions, because we've obviously some great ones lined up. So our next speaker is Mikhail Korobov, and Mikhail is Head of Development for AutoExtract at Scraping Hub. For the last 7 years, Mikhail has been developing smart web crawlers. He's a Scrapy, an NLTK team member, and an open source enthusiast. And he's going to talk to us today about the hidden Scrapy features that you need to know.
Hi, my name is Mikhail, and welcome to Extract Summit. There cannot be Extract Summit without a talk about Scrapy, so I'm going to talk about Scrapy today. And today I will highlight some Scrapy features which may be a bit underused or less known. This talk is going to be very technical. I will show a lot of code, and I also assume that you already have some basic Scrapy knowledge. So this talk is mostly for Scrapy experts or people who use Scrapy but want to know more about it. Let me start from the history. When I started to use Scrapy, it looked like this. This is a spider which extracts headers from the block. The logic is pretty simple. You start from blog.scrapinghub.com URL, then you extract all titles from the page, and then you find next link and follow it. But if you look at the code, you can realize that only small part of this code is related to actual spider logic. This cell is boilerplate, this cell is boilerplate, this is boilerplate, this is line which represents your the logic of your spider. But then you again get some boilerplate, then you have this logic which is related to the real logic of the crawling, and maybe this line, and that's it. So during the years, Scrapy API has been improving a lot, and I think this can be considered a feature. So the API which is easy to use and which prevents you from making errors is a feature. So let's see how the API evolved over the years. In the same year, there was a release which introduced CSS selectors to Scrapy. So now we create selector instead of this HTML XPath selector, and you can also use methods like selector.css or selector.xpath. CSS selectors are nice when you want to select data by CSS classes. So in this example, the selector is shorter than in the previous one. But that's not the only advantage. Another advantage is that this selector is actually more correct. Here we are selecting by CSS class using string function, and this string function will match a class like this as well, and the XPath function to parse CSS classes properly is much more elaborate than this one. And this is a property of the good API, that it's shorter and it's also harder to make an error because it does the right thing out of box. Okay, so then in 2013, Scrapy removed some of the boilerplate. So you don't need to import all these things anymore. You can just import Scrapy, and most of imports are moved to the top level. Also, you don't need to create the selector anymore. You got some shortcuts here. So yeah, this is nice. In Scrapy 1.0, boilerplate is removed even further. You don't even need to create items anymore. You can send dictionaries with extracted data to the output. Of course, you can still use Scrapy items, and they are useful because they allow you to validate data better. But for short scripts, for smaller tasks, dictionaries are nice. One more change is the introduction of response URL join method. When you're extracting a link, you may get a link which is a relative link, not absolute. But to send an HTTP request, you need absolute link. So in Python standard library, you have a function which is called URL join, which allows you to convert related link to absolute link. And here it is used. And in Scrapy 1.0, you don't need to import this function from standard library. You can use it as a shortcut on response. So you're saving one line of code. But actually that's not the point. The point is that here this code was not correct in all cases, because sometimes you need to join the attribute which you're extracting not with the URL of the response, but you need to join it with the value of base tag in HTML. This is how browsers resolve related links when you open page in a web browser. And if you check implementation here, we can see that it actually uses base URL. So again, we can see it one more time, that the API becomes easier to use. It's less code, but it's also more correct. Yep, so let's check what happens next. And in 2017, response follow shortcut has been introduced. Why do we need it? Even here, it's very tempting to write code like this. You just extract some attribute and you send the request with this attribute. And this is the first thing people write, but then they realize that, yeah, link may be related. So you need to recall that you need to actually URL join, call URL join on the attribute which you extracted. And it's easy to forget, and it's more code. And it is not good when to get correct behavior, you need to write more code, and otherwise you get incorrect behavior. So on Scrapy 1.4, response follow method has been introduced, and it allows you to handle related links without having to URL join anything. Also, you can actually simplify your code. So so this is not needed, this is not needed, and this is not needed. So again, it's an example of good progress on the API design when API becomes simpler, easier to use, and also becomes more correct. In Scrapy 1.6, one more API change happened, and it is introduction of getAll and getMethods. The reason to have them was actually a problem with extract method, which you have here. So here, extract method returns a single string, but it was also available here. So it can return a list of strings. So when reading the code, you don't know what you are getting, and it can get confusing pretty fast. So get and getAll methods solve this problem. With them, you always know when you're reading the code what you would get. And finally, in Scrapy 2.0, there was one more change. It's pretty minor. It's a new method which is called response follow all, and it allows you to follow all links according to some selector. It can be CSS selector, XPath selector, maybe just selector object. And if you check this example, it actually starts to look good, because most of the code now is related to the task which we are trying to solve. We are starting from this URL, then we are extracting titles of all blog posts here. We are extracting some data, we are sending items with these titles, and then we are following pagination. I would say that this is still a boilerplate, but it's much better than what we have here, because this example is significantly larger, significantly longer, and also some things are handled more properly here. You can handle related URLs properly here, and we also handle CSS classes properly here. So why am I talking about this? And the reason is that I think that the proper API is a feature. So take time to learn shortcuts, which Scrapy provides. And this will help you to get spiders which are more correct, and also simplify your spiders. One more good property of the API is when it plays well with the ecosystem. So let's take a look at this example again. Here we are yielding a dictionary, and I already showed that you can also yield Scrapy items. Recently, Scrapy added support for data classes. So now you can also define a data class and use it as an item. And Scrapy will understand it. Scrapy also have support for authors instances. It's not only a theoretical thing that you just play well with ecosystem. Data classes actually have some nice properties. They use type annotations, and this allows you to catch errors. For example, let's modify this to use incorrect type, and you can see that now we are getting a type error. You may be checking your code using IDE, or maybe you can also run MyPy type checker to catch errors before you run the spider. Another Scrapy feature which is pretty new is called callback keyword arguments. So let's take a look at it. Sometimes you want to pass data from one callback to another callback, and this is the traditional Scrapy way to do it. You pass this data through request meta, and then you can access it using response meta attribute. This way works, but it has one problem. It's the data which you are sending here, like the data which is related to the logic of your crawler, it gets mixed with the data from various middlewares, because meta is used not only for passing data between callbacks. So Scrapy now supports another thing, which is called CB quarks. And you populate it as you populate meta, but to access it, you actually define a new argument on the callback. You can still access it if you want as response CB quarks, but the standard way to do it is to define an argument. So in this case, it becomes clear that first what data the callback needs from the code which calls it, and second, you don't mix internal data with the data of your application. This CB quarks thing has some interesting applications, which may be not obvious. Historically, in Scrapy, it was not easy to get an access to cookie jar. So cookie jar is an internal state of cookie middleware, and there just was no standard way to access it. Here we have a callback, which receives cookie jar, and it seems it can access it. So how does it work? Now you know that if you have an argument other than response, then it must be coming from CB Quarks. But the code which sends the request and which calls this callback, eventually it actually doesn't send CB Quarks. So where is it coming from? And the cool thing is that you can you can populate CB Quarks from a middleware. So here I created a simple middleware. It's a subclass of cookie middleware, which is a standard one. And what this middleware does is first it inspects the signature of the callback method. And it gets all the type hints, all the types of arguments. And if one of the arguments have a type cookie jar, like this one, then you can see here it populates this argument and passes the cookie jar to it. And this is how it works. So now you can get an access to cookie jar just by defining an additional argument for your callback. And if you remove this, then the middleware won't pass anything. This approach, when your callbacks define what they want, so this callback says, I want cookie jar, please give me cookie jar. It is called dependency injection. So CB Quarks feature allows to implement this particular type of dependency injection in Scrapy. And you can use it in your own middlewares. Sometimes it allows you to provide a nice API, and some of the third-party Scrapy plugins may be using this approach as well. So please be aware of it. Another interesting thing in this example was how we actually enabled this middleware. So we used custom settings, which allow you to have settings for Spyder without using settings.py file. And we set downloader middlewares. And as you can see, we used the middleware class as a key in this dictionary. So this is also a pretty new Scrapy feature. So in past, you had to use import paths of the classes, but now in all these cases you can pass the classes directly. And this is helpful when you happen to have this class defined in the same file, or maybe you just want to import it and you don't want to hard code the location. The last thing I want to talk about today is Scrapy support for coroutines and for Async.io libraries. So this is yet another thing in the API which allow Scrapy to integrate better with ecosystem. There's a lot of libraries available for Async.io now. You can use them all within Scrapy and efficiently. So you can run these libraries in the same event loop. It can be easier to show it on an example. One of the libraries, which is based on Async.io, is called Puppeteer. This is a port of Puppeteer on Python, so it allows you to control the browser, to control Chromium, and with the API, which is similar to Puppeteer. And this is how you use it. So you create a browser, a web page, and then you can say, please go to some URL and wait until you get the response. Then you can say, please take a screenshot, wait until you get a screenshot, and then you need to close the browser explicitly. So let's check, let's see how easy is it to use in Scrapy. Let's try to create Scrapy middleware, which makes use of Puppeteer and which allows us to take screenshots of the web pages. This is how it could look like. As you can see, we pasted example from the docs almost verbatim, so there are no changes needed. One difference is that you have async-def process response here, not just process response. This is a very simple middleware. It checks that some meta key is present, and if it is true, then it takes a screenshot and saves it to a hard-coded location. And then to make it possible to access the screenshot later, it passes the path where the screenshot is saved using CB quarks as well. Here we have Scrapy Spider, which uses this middleware. You can see how we enabled it. And the spiders goes to Hacker News website, follows all links on the front page, and takes screenshots of all the pages which are available there. This middleware is not perfect by any means. It creates a browser on each request. It has some hard-coded stuff here. It also downloads page twice, because you download it first to get the response, and then you also open it in a browser. So, but this is a quick example, and let's see how it works. So here I have it. So let's see how it works. So here we are starting it, and we, as you can see, browsers are started. Some pages work, some pages don't work. So let's wait a bit. We are using timeout there for 15 seconds to make it run faster. Okay, so while it's running, let's switch back to the code. The nice thing, so why do you need it? The nice thing is that when you are waiting for something to happen, for example, for page to load, Scrapy can process other requests and do other things in parallel. And we can see that we are getting screenshots, so I can open them, and these are screenshots of the and these are screenshots of the pages which are currently in Hacker News tab. Let's check the spider. It finishes. It collected some data. It terminated all the processes. So yeah, looks good. Async integration is an example of being friendly to the ecosystem, and this is the desirable property of the API. In general, you want your API to be expressive, so that code which you're writing, it is related to the problem which you are solving, and it doesn't have a lot of boilerplate. Second thing, you want your API to be powerful, which means that if you have some problem, you can solve it. Also, you want your API to be robust, and you want your API to be correct, which means that the easiest way to do something and the most straightforward way to do something should actually produce correct results and handle edge cases better. So the framework needs to guide you towards the implementing things in correct way. Yeah, and the fourth thing is that API should be friendly. It should play well with the ecosystem. And as you can see, we are trying to move Scrapy API in this direction. But if you have ideas on how to improve it, then please raise an issue or maybe even send a pull request. So yeah, thanks for listening, and see you in Scrapy issue tracker. Thanks, everyone. I think you got some questions, and let me go through them. So the first question was about the Scrapy roadmap. We don't have like super well-defined roadmap. We do work with the community, so it's very important like to get contributions there. Some things which we want to address is first improve support for sync stuff, improve support for coroutines. For example, we at some point in time, you should be able to await for request response in the same callback. So sometimes you need to create an item. Sometimes to create an item, you need to visit several pages, and we want to make it nicer. Other things which we are working on is better support for broad crawls, because there are some limitations in Scrapy. This is improved already, but there are still some things which we are going to improve there. Also, we are splitting Scrapy into different parts, so Scrapy can be used. So parts of Scrapy can be used separately. For example, a long time ago, we extracted selectors. Now we extracted item loaders from Scrapy. It's available without Scrapy. And also we extracted a package called item adapter. It means you can have Scrapy items without Scrapy. Well, not exactly Scrapy items, but support the same items as Scrapy does. And also we are going to simplify API. And in general, if you want to understand short-term roadmap, you can go to GitHub, and we have milestones. And usually the milestone for the next release is populated if we know like what tasks we want to get next. So second question was where to see all these changes. Scrapy has a changelog. So if you go to Scrapy docs, and on the left you have this table. If you scroll to the bottom, you have a changelog, and it's usually pretty detailed and explains these things. But yeah, sometimes it's harder to see like this long-term changes versus some small improvements. Yeah. Next, there was a question about request meta and CB Quarks. And yes, CB Quarks is a replacement for request meta for Spider code. So if you have some middleware, probably middleware should be using request meta. And the idea is to separate code which is specific to logic for your Spider from the from data which is internal and which is used to control different components of Scrapy. Then there was a question about antibot. Will Scrapy be relevant for in future with antibot advancement? I think yes, and there are two answers here. So one is that tools which are overcoming bans are also becoming better, and we had a panel before, and these tools can be integrated with Scrapy. And the second part is that Scrapy becomes more modular over time. So you can use parts of Scrapy even without using the complete Scrapy. There were some questions about video lagging. Yeah, we should have a smoother version available soon. Yeah, about code snippets, I will upload them to GitHub. I'm not sure what's the best place to communicate this link, but it will be available probably on Scraping Hub account probably. Yeah, so thank you. We also got results from Paul, but I will let Marie to communicate them.
Great, thank you. So we asked a poll just to kind of get a sense what would happen to your business if you couldn't scrape the web at all. And so we see kind of the business would be committed to finding a solution and keep scraping was the number one. And then the business would be affected, but we'd be able to keep operating was 30% of the audience. And then we had 22% that said the business would need to shut down or change fundamentally. So only 8% said that the business would not be affected at all. So it's kind of interesting to see, I suppose, the role web data plays in everybody's business today. Great. Thank you so much. That was a great session. And like Mikhail said, we will have a recording. I think there was just a little bit of lagging on the video, but we will have that. So next up, we have Amanda Towler and Chris Dickinson. So anyone that was at last year's event, I think, got to really enjoy the talk we did with Amanda and the TELFinder Alliance. Amanda is the co-founder and principal investigator at Hibernian Grey, a technology R&D small business working primarily with DARPA. And she's joined by Chris Dickinson, and he is the Director of Research and Engineering at Uncharted Software, the founding organization of the TELFinder Alliance. And they're going to talk to us today about the technology and data to fight human trafficking.
Hi there, and welcome to the Extraction Summit. Thank you for watching this talk. I'm going to be talking about how the TELFinder Alliance teams up with Scraping Hub to fight human trafficking, and how we've pivoted our core technologies to other domains as well. My name is Amanda. I was the co-founder of a small R&D company called Hyperion Grey, and I have recently transitioned to my own outfit, Pseudo Girl Consulting. My co-presenter is Chris Dixon, Director of Research Engineering at Uncharted Software, which is the founding organization of the TELFinder Alliance. We decided it would be easier to just have a single presenter for the pre-recorded format, but Chris put this presentation together with me and will be on for the Q&A with us afterwards. So let's start by talking about our original problem domain, which is human trafficking. Despite many local and global efforts to combat trafficking, the scale of this problem remains massive. As an example, the International Labour Organization estimates that forced labor generates $150 billion in profits. That's profits per year. And you can see from the graph on the right that this is a global problem. It touches every continent and every layer of society. And one major way that trafficking manifests in online data is through commercial sex marketplaces, which are misused by traffickers to advertise their victims. Again, the volume here is astounding. We're talking about hundreds of millions of ads online and growing by hundreds of thousands daily. Of course, not every ad is an indicator of trafficking, but the scale of the data is such that investigators need technical solutions to have any hope of addressing the problem. When we started working on this problem, and in some cases even still today, these investigators' primary tool was Google or other search engines, which are necessary but insufficient because they don't correlate data points, they don't decode the obfuscated language used by traffickers in their ads, and they don't index high-value websites in full. So most of us at the TELFinder Alliance were introduced to this problem under the DARPA MEMEX program, a 3-year, $60 million effort by the US Department of Defense to develop technologies to help investigators discover the footprint of human trafficking online. My former company, Hyperion Grey, teamed up with Scraping Hub in early 2014 to develop a research proposal around data collection technologies. And in the fall of 2014, we joined Uncharted Software and 15 other performer teams on the MEMEX program. We spent the next 3 years solving all manner of challenges related to data collection and extraction, search and retrieval, and data visualization. And at the end of the program, we formally joined forces with Uncharted to transition the TELFinder tool to a law enforcement partner, specifically the District Attorney of New York. Today, we are in our 3rd year of providing operational support to more than 280 counter-human trafficking partners and NGOs all over the world. Investigators use our tool, along with others, every day to help identify victims and perpetrators. We are proud to say that investigators report being able to review 10 times the number of high-risk cases than before, with the assistance of ours and other technologies. There have been a number of high-profile success stories from this effort as well. For example, a TELFinder-assisted investigation in 2017 led in 2019 to an FBI-led takedown of a sex trafficking network across the US, Canada, and Australia, and charges brought against 6 individuals. In another recent case, reconstructed ads from the flagship SexAd website Backpage, which was taken down in 2018, were pulled from Telfinder and accepted into evidence in a trafficking case in Florida that led to the conviction of an individual. For those who don't know, Telfinder is a tool that summarizes, connects, and makes searchable hundreds of millions of adult marketplace ads and forum pages from over 360 online sources. It also extracts trafficking-related indicators, visualizes connections in the data, and facilitates discovering signals of trafficking. The data that powers all of this is collected by our partner, Scraping Hub. And over the past 5 years, we have worked together under the Telfinder Alliance to build a world-class collection, processing, and alerting pipeline that is fast, scalable, and reliable. In addition to supporting investigations, this data is also used to inform better, more impactful policy around counter human trafficking, including how to allocate resources and measure the effectiveness of legislation. Now we're going to talk about how we took the Telfinder framework and pivoted it to 3 new use cases. We're going to really briefly talk about these and then close out with a discussion of our lessons learned. So our goal, and the ultimate goal of the MEMEX program, was to build a single data collection and analysis pipeline that could rapidly be applied to new use cases and problem areas, with little to no re-engineering. Many problem areas have very similar data frameworks, so in theory this should be possible. We should be able to architect a fairly agnostic solution. But until recently, we hadn't really put that theory to the test. Over the past year, however, we've been able to put the rubber to the road. The first use case that put us to the test was when we were asked to create a version of Telfinder for darknet markets. These markets tend to rise and fall, sometimes pretty quickly, as you can see from this cool chart on the right that plots the lifetimes of 100 darknet markets from 2010 to 2017. So law enforcement has a need to archive and make searchable these ads for illegal and illicit goods before they disappear forever. These marketplaces follow a similar ad format to the trafficking data that we were already collecting and processing. So in theory, this should be pretty plug and play. And for the most part, it was. We had to handle some nuanced collection challenges, such as site registration limits, slower connections over Tor, and as always, just bad web development, the best crawler obfuscation that there is. In the end, however, we were able to rapidly clone and implement our core pipeline and deliver a proof of concept solution to the customer within a matter of months. Not only did the pipeline work, but our analytics supported highly efficiently as well. And we were able to perform many of the same featurization and analyses as on the human trafficking data. For example, tying an anonymous email address or Bitcoin wallet to multiple ads, vendors, marketplaces, or products. We were able to detect and visualize important trends, such as price changes, demand or supply changes, and new vendors or products appearing on the scene. One feature we built here for this version that is actually being ported back over to the original Telfinder is username lookups. Anonymized usernames aren't highly common in the commercial sex ad space, but in the darknet markets, every user and every vendor has one or more aliases. So this feature was important for linking personas across and between the open and dark web spaces. Another use case that actually flowed from the darknet markets effort was around mental health during the COVID-19 pandemic. This was a really interesting use case, as the Telfinder Alliance and our work under MEMEX has traditionally been focused on criminal and illicit activities. But we were approached early on in the pandemic by a colleague in academia who was trying to pull together any and all insights she could about the mental health impacts of the virus and the associated quarantines and lockdowns. She wanted to know whether there were any signals on the dark web that should be included in her analysis. And after thinking about it, we realized that we might be able to inspect our darknet markets data for any trends around drugs for treating depression, anxiety and stress, boredom, or even the coronavirus itself. With the caveat that this was an extremely rapid analysis and we are not mental health experts by any means, our data and analysis did reveal some stark trends. The graphs here on the right demonstrate a couple of our findings. The top chart indicates a drastic increase in the number of ads being posted generally, normalized for our baseline collection rate. And the bottom chart shows huge spikes in ads mentioning anxiolytic drugs and smaller but still relatively significant jumps in ads for benzodiazepines. This use case demonstrates how our robust collection, extraction, featurization, and visualization work allowed us to quickly conduct analysis over our data from an entirely novel vantage point with no re-engineering. The link to the full study is here on the slide, and I encourage you all to check it out, as it was a tedious and very courageous effort to capture critical insights about the state of mental health in this pivotal time for humanity. The third and final use case we'll discuss here today is of identifying child sexual exploitation material in our human trafficking dataset. As one might expect, many victims of trafficking are underage, and these victims are often the most vulnerable, and as such suffer some of the worst abuse. When images of these individuals are posted in ads online, this is not only a high priority case, but the images themselves are illegal. We needed a way to allow our users to identify and quickly report these images, both to triage the cases, but also to protect ourselves legally and ethically. To accomplish this, we partnered with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, or NCMEC, which, if you're not familiar, is similar to the Internet Watch Foundation in the UK and the Canadian Centre for Child Protection in Canada. We partnered with NCMEC to create a way for users to automatically report ads with images of suspected or known underage victims to NCMEC's reporting pipeline, as well as to remove those images from our TELFinder database. This automation was made possible by a robust and extensible extraction pipeline, which allows us to include all relevant and required information in the automated reports. Moreover, our analytics that flag indicators of underage victims, for example, terminology such as the word fresh, also helps triage and surface ads for investigative review. Again, our core pipeline here allowed us to quickly implement this groundbreaking feature with no re-engineering except to add the reporting mechanism. So now that we've seen a few different ways that we've leveraged the core TELFinder architecture and pipeline to address different and adjacent problems, let's talk a little bit about our lessons learned and what we did right from the beginning to build a flexible and scalable pipeline. What were the things we did that allowed us to pivot quickly to new data and problems? Well, apropos to the topic of this conference, one of the main things has been our ability to quickly write and test new extractors, and for these new extractors to perform reliably. This comes from years of research across many teams, including Scraping Hub. Another critical thing has been our ability to perform OCR and to decode QR codes at scale, which in the commercial sex ad space is critical to a high recall of relevant ad details, such as names, phone numbers, and social media handles that may be embedded in images. Another thing that helps make our pipeline more agnostic is the use of Elasticsearch on the back end, which gives us the flexibility and mutability we need to adapt over time and pivot to new problems and datasets. This also allows for arbitrary data featurization, which is a core feature of TELFinder, highly granular faceted search. We also made several architectural decisions early on that ended up paying dividends years later. For example, we designed our data processing pipeline to be able to rerun extractors over our raw data. This allows us to improve our extractors and analytics over time and rapidly add new ones. For example, in the mental health use case, where we wanted to surface new insights over the same dataset. Another architectural decision that we made was to keep the pipeline as simple as possible from a code perspective. While we of course optimize for efficiency and scalability, we also understand that compute time is cheaper than developer time, and so we simplify where we can. For example, our monitoring and alerting system is a simple Kibana dashboard. And speaking of monitoring, this was another key architectural decision that we baked in early on, specifically monitoring on both the data producer side as well as the data consumer side. This not only helps us catch issues sooner, but it also helps us troubleshoot issues by comparing the data flow metrics on both sides and looking for anomalies that indicate something has broken, which most often is simply that a target site has changed something that broke our collector. Over the years, we have of course also had to refactor and automate many things. One most recent example is that we have the option to blur ad images in the TelFinder UI, both to minimize revictimization and also mitigate burnout and secondary trauma among investigators and analysts that look at these pictures all day long. The first few implementations of this allowed for varying degree of pixelated blur, which was computationally expensive and ultimately didn't provide sufficient abstraction of the image content to mitigate secondary trauma. We eventually realized that a single pixel blur was actually a better approach, as it's massively more efficient computationally and also addresses the analyst self-care and burnout issue much more substantially. We have had quite a few of these light bulb moments over the years. Finally, I'll close by talking about some of the challenges we haven't quite solved yet in terms of running and maintaining a large-scale operational data analysis pipeline. The first of these isn't actually a tough technical challenge at all, but rather a business challenge, which is that we, along with many of our partners and colleagues in this space, are still trying to figure out a funding model that allows us to provide state-of-the-art, feature-rich, well-maintained, complex software to our law enforcement customers at low or no cost. There are both long-standing expectations as well as real budgetary constraints at work against us here. And we are experimenting with a few different models to try and ensure that the TelFinder Alliance can be self-sustaining for the foreseeable future. Another challenge, again not a technical one, but rather an ethical one, is to balance under-collection versus over-collection. As technologists and data scientists, we understand that if we want to support finding large, interconnected, and global trafficking networks, then we need to have pretty good coverage in terms of data collection. However, as citizens, we're also cognizant of the privacy implications of data collection more generally. And so we have established an internal protocol for vetting collection requests. We work quickly to comply with GDPR guidance, and we have open discussions as a team to ensure that this challenging issue stays front and center. With that, I will conclude this presentation. I hope it's been informative and engaging. We look forward to seeing you in the Q&A. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Amanda. And looks like you have a visitor.
Yes, I just wanted everybody to know if you heard any dog noises in my recorded talk, it's this day. I tried many times to record, and he insisted on being a part of it.
That's what we all get for working from home, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Great. Did you want to jump into some Q&A?
Sure. I didn't see anything come through in the chat, but if folks do have questions, Chris and I are here. So yeah, I know for anyone who attended last year, we talked more in depth about the counter-human trafficking use case of TelFinder, which is the core use case of TelFinder. And this year, I wanted to recap that for anyone who didn't see last year's talk, but also kind of talk about the broader mission of TelFinder, which is just generally to help address online harms.
Great. There is one question, Amanda. It's about, is it possible for engineers to volunteer time to the project?
That's a good question. Chris, I don't think we really have a volunteer model like I know some of the other organizations in the space might, but do we have any open source repos people could do pull requests to, or?
We haven't really explored that sort of end of things yet. But if we have a whole bunch of people knocking at the door for donating help, it's a pretty good incentive to figure out how to make it.
Key differences between crawling the dark web and regular websites. From a sort of website construction point of view, a lot of the darknet sites use similar, base frameworks and technologies. The challenges are more around using, going through Tor. It makes everything a little bit slower, but it's also kind of like a poor man's, rotating proxy as well. So there's kind of a two sides of that coin. And then I would say the other big thing that we see is in terms of crawling obfuscation, sometimes you have higher site registration or account creation requirements that might hinder us, and we've got to work with our law enforcement partners to kind of navigate those. Anything else you can think of, Chris? Are you on mute? There you go.
Yeah. So yeah, sorry, I can't unmute myself. But anyway, yeah, I just as a specific example, I don't know if this was intentional or not, but looking at some of these dark websites, trying to parse a web page where every single div has the same ID and class name becomes like, I don't know if they did that on purpose or not, but it becomes really, really hard to sort of try to figure out what's what. So yeah, I think Amanda, you kind of hit the nail on the head with the whole bad web dev thing, whether it's on purpose or not, I don't know. But yeah.
I'll also add that the ephemerality of the sites is a challenge. So, the sites not being reliably up is a challenge from a user perspective. It's a challenge from a collection perspective. And then sometimes they just kind of go away forever. That chart that I had of the life cycles of 100 different darknet markets shows you 10% of them last longer than a few months, and the rest of them come and go. So I see a question about new technologies we're excited about trying out for our tool set. Not on this project, but on another project, we're actually experimenting with auto extract, which makes me really happy. And then I saw a little sneak peek about auto crawl too. So it's really cool to see some of the ideas that we started working on way back in 2014, 2015, kind of come to fruition under Scraping Hub. So definitely excited to try those out. Normalizing data when, any guidance on normalizing data when the metadata semantics are different across sites? Oh, that's actually an interesting question, Chris. Okay, alrighty. How do we go about, I think you were talking about I'll mention the kind of schema that we developed early on. That was, we spent a year on the MEMX program designing a domain agnostic data schema. I don't know if you want to talk about anything else there.
Yeah, I mean, that's, that's sort of up to the use cases, right? So, we, in Telfinder, we define our own semantics. So, you can think of things that are common across a lot of websites, like titles and names and whatever, right? So our internal pipeline really just sort of maps things to specific buckets that the application can use. But again, that took years to get right.
Yeah, a lot of people around a table for many, many, many hours pulling our hair out to get that right from the beginning. And I think it's, we went through a few different versions, but Mikhail and the rest of the folks can attest to the pain that was coming up with the domain agnostic data schema.
Yeah, sadly, there's no real silver bullet to that one. It's kind of about what you're doing with it.
Yeah. Any other questions, or Chris, anything else we want to mention? Trying to think. Okay.
I can't think of anything.
Okay.
Thank you all thanks for inviting us.
Yeah,
speak again. That was
Hopefully,
great.
yeah. I wish I was in London as well, but maybe next year.
Did we catch the name of the puppy?
Oh, this is Archer.
Archer.
Yeah. Archer, he's got an arrow mark on the back of his head.
Oh, very cool. No pets, Chris?
They're sleeping right now. I'm actually just happy that again, talking about the fun from working from home, today was the day they decided to do fire alarm testing in my apartment. So I'm happy that it has not gone off while I'm trying to talk to all of you guys.
That's great. Well, again, look, I think everybody is blown away by the work that you guys are doing. And it's such a great case study for us to bring, because we deal a lot with like pricing and product data and all of that stuff. And then it's just really, really interesting for everybody here, I think, to see some other aspect of this technology being applied to just such great initiative. So thank you both again for coming. I think it's always a great session.
Thanks, folks. Good to see you all.
Thank you.
Great. So we're now going to shift in format again. And we are going to have the next of our panel discussions. And I'm going to hand you over to Sanaya Darawali, who's our head of legal here at Scraping Hub. And she's going to host this panel for us, and she'll take us through and introduce our speakers. So over to you, Sanaya.
Thank you. Thank you for unmuting me there, Marie. Hi, everybody. So excited to be here with this panel today. Good morning or good evening or good afternoon, depending on where you are. As Marie said, I am Sanaya Darawala, and I've been the head of legal and compliance here at Scraping Hub for the past few years. And putting together this panel is really exciting. I obviously geek out on compliance issues, so to be able to host a panel on this and bring together a few experts from various areas is really cool. Here at Scraping Hub, we take compliance really, really seriously, and we apply best practices to pretty much everything we do, from bespoke projects to product development and everything in between. But we understand that it's a complex and evolving area, and it's something that everybody's interested in and wants to discuss, but it's not easy to navigate. And so that's why we thought it would be really great to bring together this group of experts here. So I'm going to quickly introduce them, and then I'm going to let them introduce themselves as well in a little more detail. So we have Paul Griffin, who is the CEO of First Compliance, and he is a GDPR expert, and we'll get some amazing insights from him as it relates to personal data and scraping. And then we have Mark Zwillinger, who's the founder of Zwilgen Law Firm. His practices focuses on technology and data law, and he's just one of the leading experts in the area of web data extraction laws. And finally, we have Sarah McKenna, who is the CEO of Sequentum, and they are another web data extraction company, and they do great compliance work as well, with a focus on the financial services industry and government entities. So we've got a lot of different people here who've got a lot of different backgrounds and experience. So we're going to cover a lot of different topics. So we're going to be talking about GDPR, technical best practices as it relates to compliance, the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, some of the current case law, and the evolving legal landscape. So it's a lot that we're going to cover in the next hour. We could literally do a talk on each and every one of these subjects that would take an hour. So we want to give you a flavor of each one. We're probably not going to get as in depth to every single one because of time constraints and how complex they are, but it's going to give you a flavor, and kind of depending on what you scrape or what industry you're in, or what you're doing with the data, different parts of this may resonate with you more, and it'll give you an understanding of what compliance things would be important to you in your day-to-day web scraping. And then after that, our compliance team here is always happy to speak with you directly if you need more guidance on your particular use case. So I'm going to hand it over to the panelists to quickly introduce themselves, and then we will get into the good stuff and the meat of it, and we'll start having a Q&A between us, and we'll leave a little time for you guys to ask questions at the end. So if I could ask Sarah, do you want to give us a quick introduction to start?
Yes, thank you, Sanaya. As Sanaya mentioned, I'm Sarah McKenna I'm the CEO of Sequentum. We have a software platform for any type of web scraping or RPA automation. It runs on premise. or in the cloud or hybrid. Our focus has really been on driving efficiencies. So that's, we provide all these reusable building blocks of automation and make our claim to fame is we automate 95% of what you would otherwise need to hand code. But a big piece of that, of driving efficiencies, is trying to reduce risk of operating data collection teams we have a laser focus on making sure that that we offer a platform and a methodology and guidance for how to do this with the least legal risk possible. So as part of that, we've been very active in FISD, Financial Information Standards Division of SIA, which is a large software standards body, a nonprofit in the US. We've worked for the last year and a half alongside SINEA and Scraping Hub and many other of our competitors and customers, SEC governed buy-side institutions mainly. And we brought our collection guidelines as a framework to kick off those topics. And we've since published under the Alt Data Council, under FISD, what we call considerations, right? We don't give out free legal advice on robots.txt, terms of service, excessive volume, how to think about proxies, et cetera, many others, copyright, PII. And it's really been a great experience. We've gotten a lot of value add from folks like SINEA bringing in GDPR perspectives, and a lot of law firms like Zwilgen is also very active on that Alt Data Council. So we're just really excited to be part of this conference and part of this compliance and standards effort. Ultimately, we will build in audits and checks into our tech stack to make it easier for our customers. And the only real way to do that is to align across the industry and make sure that we have a clear set of goals. So that's what I'm doing here.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Mark, do you want to give a quick intro?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So my name is Mark Zwillinger. I am a former federal prosecutor with the United States Department of Justice from the Computer Crimes Section, where I prosecuted crimes under the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act a long time ago. But for the last 20 years, I've been in private practice giving advice to clients on issues arising under different federal laws, including the CFAA. And I've done that twice at two large firms, and then 10 years ago started my own boutique firm, Zwilgen, which specializes in privacy and security and surveillance law. And we've been around for 10 years and have about 30 of us who do this. In the time that I've been advising companies on this, and I'm like, so I do give out legal advice, although today I'm not giving it to you. I'm giving general guidance today, although I give legal advice to others and clients. But I've advised a full range of companies, from tech companies and people who are developing crawler engines and search engines 20 years ago to what's today is mostly, in my practice, hedge funds or alternative data vendors in figuring out how to mitigate the risks for data scraping to avoid CFAA liability. I've also consulted with clients who want to make it harder for other people to scrape their sites. So I know both sides of the equation. And what I can say for sure is the interest in this issue has definitely increased dramatically over time. I used to give advice, once or twice every other month to a tech company who was interested in this, maybe launching a site where they were going to launch with some information scraped from other sites. Now it's weekly trainings. We've due diligence hundreds of vendors who provide, scraping data, or provide platforms. We have been in industry groups like Sarah pointed out and doing presentation like these. But I really focus on the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act more than any other issue because that has the big stick under US law. It's a federal criminal law. It comes with a civil cause of action. So someone who feels like there's been a violation and is aggrieved by that can bring suit, can get injunctive relief. The CFAA is also the basis for people who are scraping and worrying about insider trading charges. A violation of the CFAA can lead to an insider trading liability. So I focus there. Of course, we advise on breach of contract and trespass issues, but none of them have as much consequences as CFAA. And just a little teaser, and then I'll throw it over to Paul. One of the big issues that we focus on now is how much control a site has over not only who can visit their site, but how they can access the information on their site. And we're going to see how that plays out over the course of this discussion with regard to some of the interesting case law. So it's been a great field to be involved in over the last 20 plus years. And thank you for having me on the panel.
Thank you so much, Mark, and thanks for joining us, guys. You have no idea how lucky you are to hear from Mark. He knows his stuff inside and out in this area. And lastly, but certainly not least, Paul, our GDPR guru. Do you want to give us a quick intro?
Sure. Thanks, Shania. Basically, we're GDPR specialists. We operate out of Europe. We're a small firm with 4 people in it. And what we find we're doing most of the time is advising people how to avoid harm. So really, there's a few steps to this. First of all, ensure that they're actually operating lawfully, that they know the purpose for processing, and then we put, I suppose, processes in place to ensure that they avoid getting themselves into trouble. There are a lot of fines being handed out in the EU at the moment, and our whole idea is not to end up at the bad end of one of those. So we've worked extensively across industry. We're not specialists in extraction. We are generalists, so we've operated across many different industries. However, have a number of customers that do obtain personal data indirectly from their clients on a large scale, which is effectively what you're doing, and the legislation is very similar.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Paul. So before we jump into the chat here, I do want to give our quick our legal disclaimer for Mark and myself, who are lawyers. We both are lawyers, but we're not your lawyer. And so nothing here is us providing you with any legal advice. You know, this is just sort of general best practices and stuff like that. So with that said, let's jump in. And the first topic we're going to discuss is one that, you know, we find comes up a fair bit, which is the scraping of personal data. And so I'd like to focus a bit on GDPR to start, because that is the one that tends to apply to potentially everyone in the world, depending on what they're scraping. And so, Paul, I'd love to get your take on one question we get a lot, which is, I'm scraping public data. It's all publicly accessible, so GDPR doesn't apply, right? And I'd love to see to hear your answer on that.
Well, first, Shania, that's a lovely lead-in, because of course public data is not exempt from GDPR. Basically, any personal data of subjects that reside or that are in the EU is subject to GDPR. So what that means is, first of all, I suppose, what is personal data? And personal data can be anything from GPS. Somebody, for example, from the States lands on an airplane, they come in here, there's a GPS record of where they've been, they take a photograph, they upload that onto social media or a website somewhere. That's personal data. It's all personal data that has been processed within the EU, and if that's the case, it's subject to GDPR. The issues are, of course, whether you can lawfully obtain it and you can legitimately process it. They are the two issues, but all is subject to GDPR.
Great, that's perfect. That's the answer I, of course, wanted to hear, Paul. So I'm glad to hear, you know, we're all on the same page with that there is no magical exception under GDPR for public personal data. So the next thing that I wanted to ask you about is, you know, what are the key elements that you would look out for as it relates to GDPR when you're extracting data?
Okay, if extracting data, you're extracting data, first of all, I'd say just a general rule of thumb as opposed to the law. Ask yourself, what was the data? What was the purpose of the data? What was the purpose of publishing that data in the first place? And if you're consistent with that purpose, you tend to be relatively safe. So, for example, if a footballer has footage of their football match and that gets scraped, and I've customers in that type of environment, and you take that, well, what was the purpose of that? It was put up to follow football. However, if you take that data and then you go on from there and then you use it to try and sell those people a car or whatever, that's a very different thing. What was the purpose? And in the main, you're in a good place with GDPR. However, to take a step back a little bit, how we'd normally analyze any sort of activities, you first of all look at how data is obtained. Have you obtained it legitimately? And of course, Article 14, which people may or may not have any interest or knowledge of, but Article 14 defines what you must do where you obtain data indirectly from a subject. And there are a number of different things you must do, which is notify them of the processing, who you're sharing it with, who you obtained it from, and of their rights, and etc. And this, of course, has become the sticking point. And this makes it a little bit more difficult when you're obtaining personal data. So first of all, I'd say scraping in the EU, you've got to be very, very careful if you pick up personal data that you obtain it legitimately. So what does it mean informing them of their rights? It means that literally that you must do so with every single subject. And there has been a case recently which has given a sense of the magnitude of the risk involved here. And that was in Poland. I need to look down to get the name of the company properly, Bisnode. And Bisnode, who are a Swedish company, they obtained data off public environments provided by a government department, and they used that data. With that data, they did actually email individuals on that database with regards to their rights and etc. However, there was another 5,000 or so, or 5 million or so additional entries that they hadn't actually communicated because they didn't have an email address, and they thought there'd be a disproportionate effort to go and try and track these people down. They simply put a note on their website. They ended up with a 220,000 euro fine for that, which is a lot of money in anyone's book. So the whole idea here, or the whole thing to acknowledge here, is that you must obtain your data lawfully, and if there is personal data, you need to inform the subjects. Furthermore, sorry, Sinead,
go ahead.
Furthermore, if you need to be conscious of what you're going to use that data for. So the purpose of use is hugely important, and if you use it for a purpose outside of the stated intention, that is a further processing, and that's also unlawful. I'll give you another example of the type of fines that go on this, which isn't around data scraping, but it's just an interesting one to understand processing which is outside of purpose. And it's one that happened in Ireland with a gas company. And what they were doing is collecting data on their staff. And the data they collected was GPS data on vans. They had a particular employee who drove around in his van, and his van tends to arrive home very early every day. This was spotted. He was reprimanded, eventually lost his job, and he challenged all of this. The significance here is this isn't the Data Protection Commissioner taking an action. This is a private action. However, that data, the GPS data was stored for the purpose of tracking vans. It wasn't stored for the purpose of tracking employees at work. So it was used for a purpose for which it wasn't intended. And on that basis, that employee got a settlement of 120,000 euros. So just to get a sense of order of magnitude of the type of fines, one of them by a regulator, the other one through a prosecution as opposed to anything else. And it gives a sense of magnitude of what will happen if you don't process your data legitimately. Other things I would look at while you're doing something like that is look at things like international transfer. And some organizations are going to gather data in the EU and then transfer it internationally. People may or may not have been watching LinkedIn versus Max Schrems over the last while. And basically, they have seen that Privacy Shield has fallen, which is a normal legal basis for transfer. And it's very important if you're going to transfer internationally, particularly outside of the EU, that you have EU-approved standard contractual clauses in place. These clauses are something fairly straightforward. You can download it from the internet. You can add additional clause around it. One thing I would say is if anyone's going to use these clauses, not to play with the clause and add your own material. A periphery document is the way to do it. Leave the standard contractual clauses intact, but just to look at that and to understand how you're going to transfer data. Lastly, before I talk too long, I'm going to just mention special data. And special data is data which is typically people are looking at data involving medical details of an individual. There may be biometric. It might be something got to do with philosophical beliefs, might do with racial origin, those type of things. If you're dealing with special data, you need consent. And if you're using it for the purpose of marketing, you need explicit consent.
Yeah, that's a great point, Paul. It's actually one of the reasons, as part of Scraping Hub's best practices, we don't scrape special categories of data, because the bar is so high for that, and that is a special protected class, and we certainly don't want to be on the wrong side of that ever. Yeah. That was an incredible overview of the things that you need to consider for GDPR. So concise and succinct. So I appreciate that. On the flip side of it, there are US laws that do touch on this as well. One of them being more recent, which is the CCPA in California. Mark, do you have any comments on how you would maybe look at personal data from more of the US perspective, with the understanding that obviously GDPR will apply if you're scraping personal data in the EU, even from the US, of course.
Right. So sure, when the Bisnode decision came down, US lawyers were looking at that going, oh my God, like this could never happen in the US, right? The idea that you would scrape something from a Twitter feed and then have to go out and notify people that you have their personal information and you intend to process it and you get fined if you didn't, like that's not the US model at all. But then along came the CCPA, and the CCPA actually does apply some of the same GDPR principles to personal data that you obtain, even when you don't collect it directly from the consumer. It applies to data that you might scrape from a website as well. But it doesn't generally apply to a lot of people for a couple reasons. One is you have to meet the threshold in California. So to be a scraper, you would have to have scraped data of over 50,000 California residents. You would have to have gross revenue of over $25 million. So a lot of smaller entities aren't covered by that. And even if you were covered by that, unlike the GDPR, the California law specifically says personal information does not include information that is obtained from public government databases. It does include information that's obtained from public. So scraping from LinkedIn might qualify, but scraping from a government website as to boat numbers or license plates or tail numbers of airplanes or shipping data or any information that's gained from those sites, scraping real estate data, that is not personal information under the California law, which is very different than GDPR. So we're not quite in the EU context, but we're closer to it than we've ever been before. And companies that do meet the thresholds in California and do extract data and do sell the data they extract have to register as data brokers, which is a brand new thing under the CCPA that wasn't there before. So we're not in Europe yet, but we're getting closer and closer.
Yeah, you're definitely seeing a shift in the US and in other countries. Obviously these aren't the only two countries with data protection laws. Brazil has some new laws that are coming out that are going to be more strict. So I think you're seeing a shift globally to really more data protection laws. So unfortunately, none of this is going away, and we're all just going to have to continue to keep up with the compliance in this regard for sure. But the nice little bit about CCPA is there is that threshold, so it's not applying to everyone just yet, which is nice. So moving to maybe a slightly different topic, which is a bit more of the day-to-day scraping, operational best practices. There are a few things that we could talk about there, like robots.txt and CAPTCHAs and potentially excessive volumes and things of that nature. And I know Sarah, Sequentum has their internal great best practices like Scraping Hub. And so I'd love to hear your take on a couple of these things, like what do you think about having to follow the robots.txt on the website? Is there a compliance issue there? What about CAPTCHA solving? Is there a compliance issue there? Love for you to add a bit of color.
Sure. So in our operating guidelines, we basically try to translate all the legal risk into operating guidelines so that our customers know how to operate the software and how we are going to operate the software for them. Two notable things that are missing from our operating guidelines are robots.txt and terms of service. We do not consider them to be legally binding. We consider them to be voluntary. Robots.txt is a voluntary protocol. It is a draft protocol. Google, which authored it, makes changes when it makes sense to them. They made a change last spring to crawl delay, for example. They said, we're not going to follow this anymore because no one updates their robots.txt. And we're sure all these websites want to be indexed. On the terms of service side, there's an important distinction that needs to be understood. Terms of service, it's like the terms.html page, which is, nobody goes there. If you look at web stats for a website, there's almost no traffic on that terms page whatsoever. So we think of it as something that is not really binding or enforceable because there's no affirmative acceptance of those terms. Instead, if a website implements something called a click wrap, which forces the website user, whether it's a human or a bot, to accept those terms, now that's something different, and we won't do that. Sequentum, we don't have a legal staff to review and stay on top of every terms of service out there. So if there is any affirmative acceptance, we won't do it. And we can license our software. Our customers, we have a lot of government agencies as customers, for example. They don't have the same legal framework that we do, so they can pretty much make their own choices about how they operate. But we won't do that. In terms of CAPTCHA, CAPTCHA is interesting. So CAPTCHA is something that our SEC, Securities Exchange Commission in the US customers worry a lot about because they are at risk of an insider trading claim. And a lot of these institutions are absolutely reliant on alternative data, external data, whatever you want to call it, non-traditional data sources for their trading decisions and investment decisions. But they want to make sure that no one can say, this is insider claiming because you shouldn't have known that unless you had some ability that the common man doesn't have. So they worry about it. But there's also a lot of discussion happening around CAPTCHA, and we're actually on this topic now in the FISD committee that Sunea and someone on Mark's team is also participating in. And the thinking, and we're gonna publish this guidance, and I encourage everyone on this call to directly join FISD, join these conversations. Get in touch with Tracy Schumpert, go to the Alt Data Council on the FISD website, that's FISD, Financial Information Standards Division. Get involved, read the considerations that are up there, provide feedback. But the CAPTCHA discussion that we're having now is basically looking at, trying to discern the actual purpose. Why are they putting the CAPTCHA on the site? Is it just a speed bump? If it's a speed bump, then you should be able to slow down your rate of requests and not see a CAPTCHA anymore, which in fact is the case in probably the majority of times that we see a CAPTCHA. If you just slow down your rate of requests, then you don't see it anymore, problem solved. But there are sites, including many government sites, that have a CAPTCHA for every single request. And so you want to look at, again, is that a speed bump? Is that just to protect the government site from, all kinds of bots collecting information on business registrations, for example? If it's a speed bump, it's not really something, and Mark will tell you, maybe I should just hand it over to him, actually. Yeah. Mark will tell you, it's not necessarily something that would fall under CFA because it's not like an authentication, an authorization method. But I'm actually going to hand it over to Mark because I'm really not a lawyer, but these are the discussions we're having under FISD.
Yeah, Mark, you could probably add a bit there with regard to the legalities around some of the case law we've seen with CAPTCHAs and things.
Yeah, I was going to jump in there to explain Sarah's speed bump comment because it's absolutely right, but I'll give it some context. Under the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, the question is whether somebody is accessing a site without authorization or exceeding their authorized access. And so when we're looking at whether someone has the right to access the website, one of the things we're looking for is whether they've been given permission or whether there are technological barriers that prevent their entry. And the question Sarah is quite rightly talking about is whether is a CAPTCHA a significant technological barrier that prevents entry? Normally we think of that as a password, right? A password protected site, you get a username and password. If you have one, you can come in. If you don't, you can't. But we have a lot of publicly available sites that you can access. And the question is, when somebody puts up an obstacle to access, like a CAPTCHA, like blocking your IP address, like a rate limiter, is that saying you're not authorized at all? Or is that saying you're not authorized using the method that you're using right now, the frequency, the particular app, et cetera? And this is what the current debate is in US law. There has been, years ago, there was an understanding that a website could basically set up whatever terms and conditions it want and say, you're authorized if you're a woman to enter, but not a man. You're authorized if you're this and not that. And you had to follow those. But that is not where the law is today. The law is today is there a technological measure that prevents access? And is it the identity of the person who's unauthorized, or is it the use that they intend to make out of it? And I can talk about the cases before the United States Supreme Court called Van Buren that poses that exact question. If you'd like, Shanae, or we can talk about, we can save that for later.
Why don't we save that one for later? Why don't we finish up some of the operating stuff and then we'll quickly and go into case law, because there's a lot of meat to discuss in the case law. So I'm excited to get there for sure. One of the other things, Sarah, that I know you've talked about before is sort of the idea of excessive volumes and what you guys do around that to ensure that you're not running afoul of a site and you're not slowing down their operations or interrupting their operations. So I'd love for you to speak to that.
Yeah, so, and I apologize for any feedback you were hearing, but it sounds like I switched to speakerphone and it's better. Yeah, for excessive volume, the default method that Sequentum uses, we're very into the idea of auditing, right? We have you can audit exactly how our operation was set up at any point in time. And our goal is to have governance and traceability and clear proof that we're following these guidelines and trying to be a good actor. So when it comes to excessive volume, we want to have a method that's measurable and quantifiable. So what we do by default is we will go to similarweb.com or a similar site, there's a bunch of them, that report on sort of the average daily traffic, the average daily page loads to a site. SimilarWeb gives this information away for free. You can find out what the average daily page loads are on any website. And then what we do is we stay under 1% of that for any given customer. And, as a company, we'll go up to, maybe 5%. At that point, we'll just put it in a data catalog. And you can buy it from our data catalog. So we really make sure that our traffic is low. And so far, this has really worked. Thank God, we haven't gotten a cease and desist yet. That's obviously the best way to deliver data reliably on a schedule with quality. Is the first thing is make sure you don't get a cease and desist, right? So that's what we do. As part of the FISD conversation, there were a lot of firms that said, "Oh, I can't manage that. Our platform has rate limits and all those things, makes it easy to manage." But a lot of firms said, we just can't do that. There are days when we need to get much more data than that, and that's too low. And I don't, we can't abide by that. And we looked into, basically we publish guidance again on the FISD All Data Council site. You can download it. And it basically gave a lot of different options. One of them is, of course, checking the response time on your requests. And if it's starting to slow down, slow your requests. Make sure that you're not causing a slowdown. So that's a really good action to take. You can also implement throttles, rate limits. There's auto throttle capabilities that I think are built into Scrapy. So that you could do that with Scraping Hub. You can also just try to put delays between your requests and try to slow down your requests to be more at a human pace, right? If you're not collecting huge amounts of data, why not collect it over 4 or 5 hours? Yet another idea is, try to do it during hours when the site is not busy, right? So you're not interfering with their real traffic. So you're not causing slowdowns for anyone. These are all considerations, and they're all published and documented. And if you have feedback, please, get in touch, join the conversation. But yeah.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Sarah. That was great insights to what you guys do over there. And yeah, it's always really, really important to be a good actor when you're scraping. And that's something that we love seeing lots of data extraction companies have at the forefront of what they're doing. So it's great to see. So I think we're going to switch gears a tiny bit now and get a little lawyerly and get into some of the case law here. And the reason for that is what we're seeing is there are a few cases, particularly in the US, that relate directly to some of the considerations for web scraping. Paul already talked about, there is stuff going on with GDPR in the EU that the Poland commissioner and has come down with. But on the other side, there's lots of other areas of the law that touch web scraping. And one of the big ones that Mark has mentioned so far is the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act in the US. So for short, the CFAA. And it's kind of this older, started out as an anti-hacking law, but if there is a web scraping lawsuit now, the CFAA will be one of the causes of action. And like Mark mentioned, it is the bigger cause of action and the more worrying cause of action. And that's why it's one that we tend to look at a fair bit. So one of the cases right now that relates to the CFAA is the Van Buren case, which is up in front of the US Supreme Court, actually. It's not related to web scraping. That has nothing to do with web scraping. But the decision of the Supreme Court in this CFAA case could potentially have implications for web scraping. So Mark, do you want to touch on what those implications might be and how that's looking right now?
Sure. And this takes us back to what I was previewing before, is the question of to what extent can a site control the terms and conditions of when someone can access their computers. Van Buren pops up in a very unique context as a police officer, and the police officer had access to certain databases to look up people's criminal history. And he was a local police officer, and he was caught in an FBI sting selling that access to third parties. So if you paid him a certain amount of money, he would do a criminal history lookup for somebody and sell that information. Well, they prosecuted him under the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, right? That is not a good idea. We don't want our police officers doing that. But as the CFAA charge, the question was he authorized to access the criminal history database? And one obvious answer is yes, of course he was. He's a police officer. That's what he does. He looks up criminal history on people all the time. But another answer is no, he was not authorized to access it for the purpose of selling information out the back door. The rules said you can access it for a lawful purpose, and he didn't have one when he was selling the information. So this brings up the question of what does it mean to act without authorization under the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act? And there's an absolute split in the United States. For those of you who aren't US lawyers, the US is divided into judicial circuits, and there are 12 circuits. And among those circuits, there were 5 that said to violate the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, you have to not be authorized at all. You can't just be, you have to be an outsider, basically, who breaks into the computer system or have had your access revoked. And the other circuits had said, no, if you're an insider and you have access, but you use it for an impermissible purpose, that could be a violation of the law. So I'm oversimplifying a little bit, but that is the split that's up before the Supreme Court, and they're going to decide whether this police officer violated the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act when he used his normal password and his normal authorization for an impermissible purpose. How does that affect you, right? Why are we talking about it? We're not police officers abusing our access to inside databases. Well, if a use limitation is part of the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, then a site could say, Sarah, you are authorized to access our website, so is every member of the public, but you're not authorized to take our data, make derivative use of it, create aggregated data sets, sell it, or do anything like that. You're only authorized to use it for personal use. And any violation of that would be a federal crime. And that would be an anti-scraping outcome. A pro-scraping outcome, which is the outcome I would expect from the court, is to say authorization for federal crimes is narrow. It's about whether this person had the right to get the data and doesn't pertain to what use they wanted to make of it. If that's the decision of the Supreme Court, everyone who's in the web extraction business can take a sigh of relief, because it means that we do have to worry about technical barriers, but we don't have to worry about use cases that the site doesn't want. Hopefully that's a helpful description of what's at play in the Van Buren case.
Yeah, I think that's a great description, and yeah, it is sometimes hard for people to connect the dots between, like, why do we care about this cop who was a bad actor case? But it's really about, we all have access to these websites, and whether us going beyond what maybe the website has in their terms and conditions is okay or not. And like Mark said, we do think the Supreme Court is going to go our way, and they are going to see this the way we want them to see it and take a narrow view. So we should know soon, and we're hopeful that that'll come out well. But again, it's not directly on point with web scraping, but it could have implications for us. But there is a case that has been appealed to the Supreme Court that is directly related to web scraping, and it's probably one that most people who scrape web data have heard of, and that is LinkedIn versus HiQ. And that one was in the Ninth Circuit, which was in, as Mark mentioned, US is divided into these circuits, which is in California. And California has taken the viewpoint that we want them to take so far, that the CFAA wouldn't apply to somebody who's scraping a public website. But yeah, the LinkedIn has decided to appeal that to the Supreme Court. Now, the Supreme Court hasn't decided to actually hear the case. The Supreme Court makes calls on what they will and won't take, but that could have significant implications. So again, Mark, sorry, I'm leaning on you a lot here, but your take on LinkedIn HiQ, and even if you have a thought on whether you think the Supreme Court will take the case.
Right. So let me do a little bit of setting what the posture was, because it's a very strange posture. Yeah. HiQ had been scraping LinkedIn for years, and they were doing it to offer a service that would tell companies when people who work for them were more likely to leave, because they would be making updates to their LinkedIn profile. So maybe they were getting ready for job searching. And LinkedIn was about to allegedly launch a very competing product that would affect HiQ's ability to offer this product. And LinkedIn sent HiQ a letter saying, you are not authorized to search, to scrape our website to get this data anymore. Even though they had potentially looked the other way in the past, they said you are unauthorized, revoking their authorization, getting one of these dreaded cease and desist letters, when if you get one and it's clear you have no authorization, your options are limited. You either have to stop scraping or sue. So that's what HiQ did. They sued LinkedIn and said, LinkedIn, you're not allowed to block us from going to your website. You're not allowed to revoke our authorization, not allowed to put up any technological measures, because you have a public website. We're not logging in and looking at private profiles. We're looking at public profiles. And you don't have the right to block us. It's a deceptive trade practice. You're blocking us because we're a competitor. And LinkedIn said, oh no, we're blocking you because you're violating the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. It's a federal crime. We've revoked your authorization. You can't come in. That's why we're blocking you. It has nothing to do with the trade purposes. And the district court said, injunction granted. LinkedIn cannot block HiQ from accessing its website. Kind of a strange, aggressive decision, saying they can't even put in IP blocks or anything to stop HiQ. Why? Because they said, this is a public site. And if they're a public site, they are authorized. And if they're authorized, it doesn't matter what mechanism they use. Yes, you said you can't automate it, you use automated scraping, but you're allowing them to access it manually. So therefore, they're authorized and they can access it in an automated way, and you can't stop it. That decision went to the Ninth Circuit. The Ninth Circuit affirmed the injunction. And so now it's at the Supreme Court. Will the Supreme Court hear it? I think probably not. Why? Because they can probably do what they need to do in the Van Buren case, and because this is an appeal of a preliminary injunction when the court hasn't actually ruled on the merits of the case. They just said that HiQ had a likelihood of succeeding, and therefore they're going to grant the injunction. The Supreme Court doesn't usually take cases in that posture. So my analysis is, if they can decide what they want to decide under Van Buren as to what the CFAA means, they may not need to take the LinkedIn case. And because of its unusual posture, they probably won't hear it. Also, the CFAA has been around for 24 years. This is the first time Van Buren case has ever made it to the court. Unlikely they're going to take two CFAA cases in the same term. But I'm not a professional prognosticator. Those are just those are my inclinations.
No, those are great insights. And I think one of the important points you hit that we hear a lot about is people have the assumption that what happened in the Ninth Circuit was that the Ninth Circuit said, it's okay to scrape LinkedIn publicly. That's not what happened. As Mark said, there's been no final determination on the LinkedIn versus HiQ case. It was related to the preliminary injunction. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals said that there was a likelihood to succeed. So it's looking good. It's looking like that's the way the courts go on this LinkedIn versus HiQ case, but it is not a final determination. So if someone tells you, and there's a lot of articles out there that say that there was a final determination here and that that LinkedIn is lost and HiQ won, that's actually not accurate. So do be wary of that a little bit.
So now can I make one final point, which
Yeah,
is
of course.
the equities have shifted a little bit on this case because LinkedIn is starting to make the argument, which is not unreasonable, to say people are concerned with the amount of public data that's available, going back to Paul's GDPR point. And if you look at what happened in Cambridge Analytica, where Cambridge Analytica got data from Facebook users, LinkedIn is saying this type of scraping poses a privacy risk to our users. And we are on the right side trying to shut this down. The only controls we have are blocking people from scraping our website so that people who use our website don't have their private data exposed for everybody to see. And so, hey, Supreme Court, think about that when you think about whether we take this case. And it's, I think, an argument that while it isn't on the merits of the CFAA, it is important to consider. We're seeing it play out over and over again now of sites trying to crack down, claiming that it's in the privacy interests of their users that they're trying to stop scraping, not just their own interests.
I feel like you have segued me beautifully into our last, not technically a case yet, but last one we want to discuss, which is something new. If you've been following the news on web scraping and legal issues, Facebook has recently sent essentially a cease and desist to NYU's research team, who was scraping data from related to political ads on Facebook. And they were doing this as part of a research project, and Facebook has said, you need to stop. So this is one Mark and I have just started looking at because it's just a week old. So Mark, what's your initial take on what's happening here?
So this is a tricky one because the way in which the NYU Ad Observatory is scraping is they're asking users who have the right to access Facebook to install a browser extension. And if they install the browser extension, the NYU Ad Observatory will get to see the political ads that user is getting. And they're doing it with that user's permission. So Facebook's position here is the NYU Ad Observatory, by using this network of bots and these browser extensions, is violating the terms that say no automated scraping, but the user has given somewhat permission to the browser extension to be installed, which is very similar to a case called Facebook v. Power Ventures, where Facebook actually won because Power Ventures was asking users for authority to scrape their Facebook page to collect data to build a competing social network. And the court in that case had ruled it's not just the user who has to say yes, it's Facebook. And they were in a logged in state, and Facebook said, user can come in, but Power Ventures can't, and the user's permission doesn't trump it. So here, it's interesting because the users have said yes, but Facebook is saying no, and there's no lawsuit. There's just a cease and desist letter. 51 organizations and 29 individuals signed a response letter to Facebook asking them to drop the cease and desist and let NYU do what they need to do because it's a public service in an era of disinformation. NYU Ad Observatory is providing a public service, and the equity is really on their side in this case. So I do think it's an interesting legal question.
Yeah, and in this case, they're not building a competing solution. It's very different to the Power Ventures case. So it's very interesting. I think it could play out in an interesting way, and I think it'll be interesting to see what happens. I think Facebook, if I'm not wrong, gave NYU till the end of the month to cease and desist, and then they said they would take action from there. So this is a stay tuned, and we'll see what happens when it's kind of unfolding as we speak. So yeah, there's a lot of case law, and I know this is a lot of like legal information that we've dumped on everybody. But the overarching theme is there are cases out there right now because, there are lots of little gray areas in the law as it comes to web scraping, whether it's, contract law as it relates to the terms of service or GDPR, or the CFAA, and there are other laws that touch it as well, like copyright laws, and we are seeing a lot of that come up, and we are seeing a lot of that unfold, and you know, places like hopefully Zwilgen and First Compliance and Sequentum and Scraping Hub, we can do our best to always stay on the right side of things as this stuff evolves so quickly. So it's important for all of you as web scrapers to know about these things and to be asking the questions that really apply to what you're doing. With that said, I'm going to turn to some of these questions here. And it appears that, Paul, you are a popular man because GDPR is lighting up. So I'll start with probably a relatively easy one. Would GDPR also apply to a company which is not in the EU, but has clients in the EU who want to work with global data?
Very simple. The answer is yes.
Yes.
Yeah. And yes, not just clients, but that there's obtains any data from the EU. And so it does apply. And really, I suppose, if you want to protect yourself there, you need to think in terms of potentially, if you're going to have a lot of data of that order, where your place of establishment is in the EU. And why I bring that up is if you can demonstrate you have a place of establishment, if a case is taken against you or any prosecution, it'll be in that location. Ireland naturally is a very sensible place for many people listening who are English speaking, because we're in the EU and we speak English first of all. Besides that, we've got a relatively moderate and even keel type of regulator, so you're likely to get a good hearing on it. So it's simply, how would you protect yourself in that type of instance? And that's the sort of thing you would do if you wanted to take some action. If it's small volume of data, there isn't anything in particular to do other than to be aware that it is subject to GDPR.
Great, yeah, yeah, absolutely. GDPR is quite clear on the jurisdictional reach, and it is anyone anywhere in the world processing, you know, EU personal data, they are subject to GDPR. So yeah, it's a pretty broad, unlike CCPA that has that threshold and has limitations, GDPR is much broader.
If I can just add to that, unlike, and I've touched upon it a few times, unlike other jurisdictions where it may be a citizen of a country or whatever, it's a natural person. And a natural person is simply a person that's alive, i.e. a deceased person isn't covered by GDPR. But if you're alive and your data is processed in the EU, irrespective of who you are, where you came from, whether you're here lawfully, and etc., it's covered by GDPR.
Yeah. Great. So another GDPR question we have here is, where does private data start and public data stop? For example, for an ad selling an item online, where does it or part of it stand? I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, I'll take a take on that if that's okay.
Yeah, please.
Basically, you know, I'm going to reword that question. Is personal data ever not personal data? Is it public data? No, the answer is no. There's no such thing as personal data not being personal data. It's in the public domain, and we covered this earlier on really, which is if it's in the public domain, it does not mean that it's not subject to GDPR. Personal data is always, whether it's a name, an email address, particularly something like a mobile phone number, is always personal data.
Let me rephrase the question for you, Paul, a different way, because I thought the question was getting at something else. If they want to scrape eBay listings for people who are selling violins, and they just want the price, so they can do a study on what is the price of the violin that they've obtained from a listing that has personal data, but all they took was the price, can they do that under the GDPR without worrying about Article 14?
Yes, and it's a matter of what data they actually scrape. A price and an average price across a number of different locations on eBay, there's no personal data in that. And one of the issues, and yet again, how to de-risk this for people who are scraping, is to be careful with regards what you actually take. There was a presenter on earlier on where I listened to an awful lot of technical stuff that I was totally unqualified to listen to, but I sat through it all anyway. And he was talking about how you gather all this data and it's gold. From my perspective, personal data is a liability. You've got to always look at personal data as a liability, and unless you have a legitimate reason for processing that data is a liability. So where I'm getting to with this is, if you're on eBay and you scrape all of that data, if there's additional data that you gather, because you think that's great, I'll not just get the price, I'm also going to get the location of the person. There might be a photograph of some degree attached to it that gives out personal data. If you obtain all that as well, now you're holding data that is a liability. Just be careful that you minimize what you take. And if you're looking for that price, price is not personal data.
Yeah, I would. That's absolutely the take we would have at Scraping Hub as well. You know, scrape only what you need. If you don't need the personal data, don't scrape it. And if you don't have a lawful basis, and don't scrape it. So, but yeah, things like price. That's outside the realm of personal data. So those, yeah, that type of like factual data, like the name of a product, you know, price, those kinds of things. Not only are they outside the scope of personal data, they tend to also be outside the scope of copyright law, because under copyright law, typically facts aren't viewed as copyrightable. So those are the ones where we give like gold stars for, yes, this is the kind of stuff you should be scraping.
If I can add some outlayers to that as well, which is personal data is data which is directly or indirectly identifies a person. So, you know, what is indirect? It is the registration plate on a car. So let's say you have all this data and you're not just picking up the price, but it happens to be cars and you're picking up the car as well. Or there's a picture of somebody in the background, you can't see their face, but they've got a tattoo. That's sufficient to identify them. And while you're doing all of this, you might pick up a personal IP address while you're at that. There's a lot of this other data, and all of that can indirectly identify the individual and is considered personal data and is covered by GDPR.
Yeah. I think the theme here is GDPR is you know, it's far reaching, but one other interesting question we got on GDPR that I'd love for you to touch, Paul, is it lawful to collect special categories of data from public figures without their consent? Because one could argue that they have a legitimate expectation of that happening.
Okay. I'm going to be boringly consistent here. And special data never becomes not special data, unfortunately. So yes, what I would say is if it's in the public domain and it's about a public figure, your risk in doing that is probably significantly lower, in the sense of, are they ever going to use GDPR against you? In all probability, your risk is lower. But it's just, you do need to be aware of what you're doing. Special data is special data, and it requires consent.
And what about public figures and it's not special data? You know, it's their name, it's their social media handle. What about that?
Well, you know, I'd go back to what I was saying earlier on with regards to risk. What was the purpose for which the data was released in the first instance? And if you get somebody who's particularly popular in the music industry and their name is out there and you're using their name because it's out there, they have put it out there to promote themselves. And what I would say to you is, certainly with our regulator, if it went to our DPC, she is quite likely to look at that and quickly move you on. And if you went in front of a judge, they're unlikely to take that particularly seriously. It doesn't take away from being personal data. However, it's a matter of the risk factor with it.
Yeah. So that would be, you know, really low risk. And like you said, like being in a jurisdiction like Ireland, you know, Scraping Hub's located in Ireland. It is nice to have a data protection commissioner who does take a really practical standpoint. You know, they're not trying to hinder business where it's reasonable and logical. So it is nice to be in this jurisdiction. If
someone was going to do that sort of stuff on a more systematic basis, which is really what we're doing with Scraping, this is where it's very important to have a risk assessment or do a DPIA, which is a data protection impact assessment. Do all of that and look at the risk. Having done that, having done your risk assessment, if the risk looks as though there is actually a serious risk to the individuals, you can go to the DPC and have a consultation with them, and that's how you protect yourself and do this sort of thing legitimately.
Yeah, that's great, Paul. Thank you. Gosh, we've got so many questions and we've only got 5 minutes, so I'm gonna get one that was for Sarah here. It says, how can one identify whether the HTTP request involved the acceptance of browse wrap agreement? Can it be identified from a specific response header or something of that sort?
So this is a very technical question, and I think the key thing to understand here is the two terms of click wrap and browse wrap when it comes to terms of service. Browse wrap is what we call, that terms.html page is just out there, and the user is not required to affirmatively accept those terms, and we don't worry about that. We don't think about it. We don't monitor changes to that page. But if there is a click wrap where you have to affirmatively accept those terms, then you likely will see that at the HTTP request level, and you will probably have a session ID or a header or something indicating to that website that you have accepted those terms, and therefore the website should allow you to see all the content. Now, if you are operating data collection against a site that does that, and you're just avoiding the click wrap action and passing the header, I mean, that's basically like logging in and accepting terms. It doesn't, distinguish you. I mean, you're definitely affirmatively accepting it if you're doing that. But yeah, I mean, every website is implemented differently, so there isn't any sort of clear, hard and fast rule for how to identify that at the request level.
Yeah, and I think, the important point, like Sarah said, is the law treats the two differently as a whole. Like there are, there's varying laws all over the world on this sort of browse wrap versus click wrap issue. But on the whole, what we're seeing is, if it's a terms and service drop down at the end of a page somewhere that you never explicitly agreed to, that's not considered a binding contract. But if you're explicitly agreeing to those terms in any way, whether it's a technical way or, a manual person way, whatever it is, the law looks more like that's a contract, and you need to read the contract and you need to abide by the contract. And so those are the two kind of considerations there.
Just to supplement, one question is whether the contract has any effect on the CFAA claim. A second question, which is what I think you're getting at, is could you be sued for breaching the contract, setting apart the CFAA? And then you have to consider what are the damages, right? In some ways, you might be able to breach that contract, and the only consequence is you get kicked off the site and you lose your access. But in other contexts, there could be damages that come forward from that breach of contract that you want to watch out for, which is why I think Sarah's guidance is don't agree to the terms. It's much more, we can't bright line rule beyond that. We have to study the terms and understand them and see what exposure it is. So don't agree to them. But if you do agree to them, there might be a way in which you legally escalate that in your organization. You decide that's an okay risk. I'm going to agree to the terms and breach them because I'm not.
And then we can just monitor for changes and alert when there's a new version, halt all collection when there's a new version, alert, wait for that approval again. There's ways to manage it. But yeah, I mean, if you're accepting terms, that's a contract and that's binding, and you need to be on top of that.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got a couple more minutes. So we've got an interesting kind of question at the end here, so that I thought I would take and probably Paul or Mark. How can Google crawl the web given pages may contain personal data? They're not getting consent, right? So how can they do that?
Paul should go first on GDPR.
Shall I take a go first?
Yeah.
First of all, if I had the perfect answer to this, I'd be a very wealthy person, and
would
there's a lot
indeed.
of litigation and a lot of angst that wouldn't have to happen. Fundamentally, my understanding is they're relying on a contract. In other words, what makes up a contract? There's an invitation to treat. There's there's an acceptance, and there's a consideration. And what's happened is that Google is relying upon the fact that they give you all this wonderful stuff free of charge, and it is an absolutely exceptional service, does all of this, and in exchange they harvest your data. They would look at legitimate interest and bundle a whole load of other legal bases around that. I still look at that, and I still look at Facebook and some of the others, and the mind boggles. We could talk here for the next number of hours with regards to the basis for obtaining all of that. And I don't have a straight answer for you, unfortunately, but they're the sort of things I'd be thinking about.
And under US law, having been an advisor to some of these sites when they did set up their web crawling, the US law doesn't have the same framework as the GDPR. And the main thing they point to in US law is they're an information location tool, right? They're not copying your website and republishing it. They are copying it to index it so that they can then point people to it with attribution, with a link that clicks through to your page. Yes, they do temporary caching, but they'll delete the information from the cache if the website owner requests it. And they weren't thinking of themselves as getting the user data. They were thinking of themselves as getting the website owner's data, which Paul's point is that there's an implied or express contract with the website owner to take the data that's put up there. But Google didn't launch in the age of GDPR in the same way that, you know, we're thinking about it now. And so in some ways, the web search engines have a little bit of a grandfather type relationship with the GDPR. They've been around for a while.
Yeah, absolutely. And guys, I'm so sorry, but we've gotta cut ourselves off now, even though, like I said at the beginning, we could probably talk for hours on all of these. So we'll end on that interesting note that basically we're not quite sure what's going to happen there. But yeah, this was incredible and so informative. I hope you all enjoyed it. And if you have any, I know there were a ton of questions we didn't get to. So if you want, please feel free to email us and contact us, and we're happy to speak with you more. So thank you so much.
Super.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Yeah, thank you guys. That was, I think we could still be on for another hour. So thank you, Sanaya, Sarah, Mark and Paul. We really, really enjoyed that session. So we are now going to take another short break. So please go grab a coffee, head over to the LinkedIn group for some networking, but don't forget to come back. We'll be back, like you see on our screens, at 19:30 GMT, 14:30 EST, or 11:30 AM PT. So come back. We've got 2 more really exciting talks after the break, and we will have some amazing gifts. Don't forget that. So we'll be raffling those off for attendees. So do come back, and we'll see you all back here at 19:30. Hi, everybody. We are almost ready to get started again. So if you can get yourself ready, and we will be back in about like 1 minute. We have put up another poll. If you can, while you're waiting for us to get started, answer that, and we will be with you in about 1 minute. Thank you. Great. Well, welcome back, everybody. We have 2 more sessions for you at Extract Summit 2020. And we're going to get started right now with a talk by Ivan de Prado Alonso. And Ivan is a data scientist at Scraping Hub, and he's over 10 years experience in deep learning and computer vision. And Ivan is going to talk to us about AI-powered crawling.
Hello, I'm Ivan de Prado, and I'm data scientist at Scraping Hub. I'm going to talk about our journey building an automatic crawler. If you have any question, please post them through the chat. I will be there to answer them, and also there will be some time after the talk for question answering. Let's start. The mission of Scraping Hub is extracting web data so that the businesses can innovate and grow. We have been doing that for years with SaaSes, and I would like to talk a little bit about how this process looks like. When you need web data, you either can get it yourself or you can have somebody get it for you. But in any case, in almost any case, it will require writing a spider. A spider is a piece of code that you run and your data is extracted and is coded by a developer. I would like to focus a little bit about this process. So when the developer takes the task of extracting data from a site, the first thing that he does is look into the site and understand the structure of the site, understand how these different pages are linked together, because the spider will need to follow these links, and also understand how is the layout of the pages, where the different attributes that he needs to extract are located within the page. For example, here is the name, here is the description, here is the price, things like that. Once that everything has been identified, is now the moment of coding this into a spider. This spider is just some rules that are codified. These rules sometimes are rules for locating elements within a page using CSS selectors or XPath selectors, and some code for extracting the different the final data, and also some rules to follow the links. Now that this spider is done, you are able to run them and get the results you need. Note that you need one spider per site, and the problem here is that the layout from the site changes. So you write a spider to extract products for a site, it won't work for a different product site. And this is because the layout is different and these rules are not going to work anymore. Not only that, but also layouts change from time to time. So even if you have the spider for a particular site, at some point this site can change and this spider gets broken. That makes it difficult to extract data at the scale. However, note that for the developer or for humans in general, it's quite easy to really understand how a page is. It's quite easy for a human to understand what's the layout and where is the individual items. And some time ago, the data science team started to think about that and about the possibility of being able to do the same, being able to locate the individual parts of the page as a human does when he's browsing a page. So being able to somehow identify the different elements in the page independently of the layout. Of course, the benefits of that will be great because first, you won't need any coding because you will have some system that will be able to extract this data without coding anything. It will enable to do web extraction at a scale because you will have to write an individual spider per site, but you will have something that is able to do for all of them. Clearly there are many advantages. So the first thing was try to think about or get inspirations from humans, no? But the very first idea was, okay, why not let's pack human as a service? But of course, it turns to be not a good idea. For the record, know that no human have been harmed for the creation of these slides. I'm just joking. Let's go back to the serious stuff. So, well, the idea was, okay, let's try to get inspiration from what human does. And first thing we note is that humans are pretty good to do fast skimming on web pages. And I would like to show you an example. For example, look to this page, which is in Chinese. I guess most of you don't know Chinese, but in any case, it's pretty easy to understand and to see that this is a product page. And even if I ask you more, probably you will be able to identify different parts of the page. Probably this is the product name. Of course, this is the product image, the price, the description. The search is clearly what is in the top, and the breadcrumbs could be that. We are not confident that all of them are what we think they are, but for some of them we are pretty confident. So what is clear is that the rendered page is quite powerful to understand the layout of the page. So even if we don't understand the language, just to see how the elements are arranged is quite good for understanding how this page is structured. But what if we could understand the text? What if we are not only looking to the visual part, but also to the content? And for understanding that a little bit, I have translated this page to English and see what happened. Now, all of things that we believed before, we are now much more confident. It's clear that this is the product name, that the hyaluronic acid vitamin is the name of the product, and that the search is the search, the breadcrumbs is the breadcrumbs, the description is the description, but we can go even further. And we are able now to identify new attributes, like, for example, this number. Now we know that this is the SKU, the internal number that is used to identify a product within a page. So it became clear that both the textual and the visual part of the page are both important for being able to understand and to extract automatically the different parts. With all these insights, the data science team started to work on a deep learning model that was combining both the computer vision part and the natural language part into a single model using state-of-the-art techniques from deep learning space. As you know, there have been many advancement or progress in this space. And that's what the data science team have been working on. And finally, the work paid off. And some time ago, we released AutoExtract API. AutoExtract API is an API that allows you to extract data from individual web pages. So you send a URL to this API. It's a simple REST API. You get back the data that is inside this page, extracted properly. We support several verticals. We support news and articles, products, job postings, vehicles, and product reviews. We will support more in the future. And as I told, the interface is quite easy. It's just you submit a URL and you get back your data in a structured way, in a JSON format. The quality of this service is quite good. Indeed, we have done some evaluation and we think that the news and article structure is the best in the industry. And I would like to show you a little demo about that, but instead of showing the API, which is less visual, I would like to show you an internal tool that we use that is more visual. So let's see how this system works with this page. This page is a toy. As you can see, there is the name of the toy, there is the price, and the different elements of the page. And we're going to submit this page in this tool. So this tool is going to fetch this page. This page is going to be rendered in a browser, and then this content is going to be sent to our neural network model. And what is going to happen is that all the information is going to be extracted. As you can see here, the name is extracted, the price is there, also the SQU is there, the breadcrumbs, the main images, the images. Also the description is extracted. Some additional properties are also extracted, the rating, the review count. And now let's see how the model looks into this data. This gives you an idea about how the model is identifying the different parts of the page. And these green boxes are identifying an individual attribute. You can see how the different attributes are identified, the price, the availability, the different images, also the description and some additional properties. So as you can see, this system works well. Actually, and it's impressive even for me to see how these models are able to really find the different elements in the page. So we got feedback about this API, good feedback about it, but also there was a common request that was that crawling was missing. So what's crawling? This API is able to return you back data extracted from individual pages. So you have a product URL, you submit to this API, and you get all the information from the product. But that's not enough for clients, because they need not just to get the extraction from a single product, but they need also to be able to locate these URLs, being able to locate all the products from a page, or maybe a section of a site or something like that. So we were just fixing only part of the problem, and we need to automatize the whole process end to end. So we need something that make it as simple as give me the URL of your site and we will extract it completely. And that's what we started to work on. That's what this talk is about. It's about how we develop this crawling. The first thing we did is identifying what were the most common client needs. And we ran some internal investigation across our current clients. We identified these 4 that are the most common ones. The first one is, please give me everything you find in a website. So this is what we call discovery. And that's, for example, imagine that you want to extract all the posts in a blog in a blog. So you submit a blog and you get all the posts that are in this blog. But this is not enough for some clients, that they don't need everything. They maybe need some part of this site. They might need, for example, to start a section from a shop, or maybe they need to extract a section from a newspaper, a sports section, for example, from a particular newspaper, or things like that. Another requirement was to be able to run searches and extract all the results from these searches. And also being able to locate items. So you may have a list of items that you want to locate in the page. And for example, by some identifier, by the internal identifier, or by name, and you want all these items to be extracted. Okay, so now at that point, we had the idea about what we need to solve, what was the problem. The problem is fulfilling these requirements from clients. So the question is, how can we build a generic crawler that fulfills these requirements? Our first thoughts were that we needed to expand AutoStruct capabilities because we need more intelligence. At the end, crawling is a matter of being able to follow links to discover the content. And in order to be intelligent when following the links, you need intelligence. You need somehow some clues about where to go. No? So we expanded AutoStruct models with a new capability to extract listing pages. Many pages are organized in a way where items are put all together in lists, and that's pretty useful because you are able to see many items in a shop, for example, all together. But also it turns out that it's pretty useful for crawling because these pages speed up crawling. Once you find this page, you know that all those items in the list are relevant content, so you need to fetch them. And also they reduce noise. Why? Because identifying an item that is surrounded with many other items that look so similar is easier. So that reduces the noise and improves the quality somehow of the extraction. We also required something else, that is pagination. Many of these listings are followed by some pagination that allows you to go to the next page and browse more items. Being able to follow pagination is useful for extracting single section of categories. That is a requirement from clients, and maybe you need just extract all the laptops from this site, and by following pagination you can do that. It also speeds up crawling because you find relevant content. If you follow pagination, all the pages you are finding are relevant content, are items that you want to extract. We will also work on extracting search forms because we need that to submit searches. Let's talk a little bit about the crawler in journals. The crawler is just a simple, it's an Scrapy spider. We only need one spider for covering all client needs. This is because there is almost one-to-one mapping between the client needs and the callbacks within the spider. And also these callbacks are calling one to each other. For example, if you are doing discovery, discovery is handled by one callback, but also there is another callback for following pagination. And actually, when you are doing discovery, once you find page where you can paginate, you also follow it. So one callback is invoking the other callback. We also used a Scrapy Poet for isolation of extraction logic and crawling logic. We have a clear isolation of both. There is a talk today as well about Scrapy Poet, so you can listen to it to have a better idea about what it is. As I told, all the intelligence was delegated to AutoStruct. So this spider is lightweight, it's not heavy. And I would like to talk about how we are traversing the different links and how we are scheduling which link is the one who should be crawled the next one. When you're writing on a spider with a Scrapy, it is usual to just do deep search, which means that if, for example, if you start from your seed URL, then you fetch all the content of the page, and once you find the first URL, you follow it, and then follow the first from the next page, follow the first from the next one, until you go as deep as you can. And then once you are not able to find more links, then you start to go back. This is the way of doing it when you are writing your custom spider, and that's right, that's what you want to do, but that's not the best approach if you want to discover. if you want to do discovery, it's better if you do breadth crawling, which means that you start from the seed and then you fetch all the first level links that you find, and then you fetch all the second level links that you find, etc., etc. But actually what we have done is that we have a mixture of both. So we do breadth search by default because the most relevant content is closer to the root. But as soon as we find some listing page where we can paginate, we follow pagination as deep as we can. And that's something you can see in this graph at the right side. The red points are pagination and the blue ones are discovery requests. We have a fine-grained limit systems for limiting the number of requests, number of items, and things like that. It's not also that you can limit the whole spider, but also the individual tasks that are run within the spider. A single spider is able to run many tasks at the same time, so it's able to fetch data from several sites with different needs. Also, we have an evaluation mechanism. The idea is that we don't want to introduce regressions. We want to introduce improvements, and this evaluation mechanism allows us to always improve. Let me talk a little bit about some challenges and the future. First thing is that we want to implement that for more verticals. Right now we are supporting products and also articles, but we will be supporting many other verticals. One challenge we have is that right now we are not doing anything with browser interaction. Browser interaction is required when you, for example, need to click in a button to really go to the next page. That means you cannot follow a link because there is no link. You have to actually click it. And also another challenge is in-place pagination. Is this kind of pages, of listing pages where there is a button, and when you click in the button, some items are loaded within the same page, or that requires you to scroll down, and when you are doing scrolling, more items are loaded. So that's something we have to tackle. Also, we have to tackle section extraction for articles. Right now, we don't support that because pagination is not so common on article sites, and a different approach must be followed here. We think the idea is to visit these pages frequently and being able to detect the different changes. We need also to work on search and locate. And that's something pretty interesting, and is that machine learning models are not always perfect. There are some chances to have a wrong result. And sometimes you really need a perfect quality spider. If this is the case, when you need perfect quality spider, the regular approach is building your own spider that is going to be perfect. But we are thinking, we have the hypothesis that we can do it differently. We can get this crawler that we are building, and which maybe is not giving you the 100% quality results, but maybe what happens if you can patch it, and you patch what is not working. For example, maybe extracting the next page from pagination is not working well. Maybe you can submit a small code to really extract that, and maybe price is also not working. So maybe you add some code for extracting price, and by doing these two small snippets, you get 100% quality spider. So our hypothesis is that productivity can be better, and that's something we want to work on and to check if that's the case. So also we are working on the UI, and we will have an UI that allows you to simply go there, put the URL of your site, configure your crawling, and click run, and get all your data. Also being able to visualize data there that you're getting. So that's going to be really cool. We are excited about that, and we are opening a beta today so that we can get feedback about it. So please sign up. You will find a link in the chat for that, and there will be a limited beta, but anyway, it would be nice if you can provide some feedback to us. And in any case, I don't want to finish without giving a practical sample. And personally, my wife told me that she was worried about Christmas and about the toys, that we should buy the toys as soon as possible, that blah, blah, blah. And well, you know, and my kids go crazy with Legos. They really love it. So the idea was to try to find some Legos for them. And I said, okay, let's try this technology with that. So I got 15 Ireland toy sites, and I ran this technology against them, and I was able to extract 85,000 items from them, all of them toys. And I did some quick analysis just for having some sample. And one first interesting insight is that, well, it's better if your kids get interested in Playmobil because you will save some money, since that Legos are much more expensive than Playmobil in average. This is an average over thousands of products. And well, finally, the Ninjago Destiny's Bounty is going to be this Christmas most wanted toy. And well, it seems that really you can save some money. There are significant differences between the prices, so that's nice. I will save some money. And well, it was just an example. That's all. I hope you like it. If you have any question, please, that's time for.
Hi, Ivan, that was great. Are you there for some questions? I think we're just unmuting you. There you go. Hi.
Hi.
Great.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Are you, will I ask you the questions, or are you, yeah?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, ask
Perfect. Okay, so our first question in was, do you have performance metrics for specific cases? Data points missed and data points extracted, not needed, etc. So quality results from generic ones and then work to create better ones. Does that make sense?
Yeah, more or less. Yeah, we perform extensive evaluation over the quality of our models. We evaluate not a general quality, but also quality over every single attribute, and we see where the model is failing, where it's not. So yeah, we spend a lot of time on evaluation because it's pretty important for us, because if we are not measuring well evaluation, the quality, then we are not going to improve, because we are going to be looking to the incorrect thing. So that's it.
Great. Another question, what is the amount of data or data points you typically need for your entity recognizer?
Yeah, so I will say that you will start to get good results for giving some data, because just by annotating something like about 100 domains, but we have much more than that. So, but that to give some idea about the power of machine learning, you know, so that with just this data and doing things right, you can start to get good results. If you increase your data sets more, you will get even better quality.
Great. And can you use extract mechanism directly on provided HTML?
Our extraction mechanism requires the HTML to be rendered in a browser, but recently we are working on a feature that allows you to submit us the HTML, but in any case it will be used to render the page. So so we will have the rendered page at the end. This can be useful, for example, for people who maybe are behind a VPN or things like that. And also it can be useful if, for example, you already have the HTML or things like that.
Great. I think there was one more in. I think we have time for just about one more. What's the machine learning framework primarily used?
We are using PyTorch, and we are very happy.
Nice, short, sweet answer. I like it. We're just going to bring up, we had the answers or the to the poll we had.
Sure.
So the poll was, what areas of web data extraction are not clear to you how they work and you want to learn more about? So I think you can see the answers there, Ivan. So I think the majority is AI and web data extraction. So hopefully some of your talk helped there. And then we had the other big area, I guess, dealing with anti-bots, which we hear a lot of, obviously, and we had a panel on that earlier.
Great.
Great. Well, yeah. Thank you so much for your talk. I think we're ready now for our next speaker. And we have last but not least, Victor Torres is a Python developer and Scrapy guru. And Victor is a full stack developer with 5+ years of experience leading agile teams and building web applications. And he currently works with Python and web scraping at Scraping Hub. And Victor is going to talk to us about separating extraction from crawling logic with WebPoet.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Extraction Summit 2020. Today, we are going to talk about separating extraction from crawling logic with WebPoet and ScrapyPoet projects. A little bit about me. My name is Victor Torres. I'm a software engineer with more than 7 years of experience working with Python and developing solutions for the web. In September, I've just completed 2 years working for Scraping Hub, and so far have developed more than 200 web spiders across multiple projects for a wide range of customers and businesses. And what I've been doing lately. So, from those more than 200 spiders, approximately half of them were developed for the same project, the same company. It's a fashion startup from California, which daily extracts price and product information from more than 30 luxury brand, retail, and resale websites. We are talking about 3 million requests per month, as you can see in the chart. And more importantly, dozens of lines of code that needs to be kept clean and tidy. 3 million of requests are not a huge deal. The code base size is. Because of course, our customer wants to keep adding more and more new spiders, while we make sure we are not breaking existing ones. And who has worked with web scraping knows what I'm talking about. Websites change, and there's nothing you can do to prevent this. What brings us to this keyword, maintainability. Since we cannot prevent websites from changing their structure from time to time, the only thing we can do is to write our spiders in a resilient way and make room for those updates. And the most agile way, we need to embrace changes. And that includes writing a good test suite, implementing a nice monitoring system, and for that you have Spidermon. Make sure to check out this library. And of course, writing good and updated documentation. There's a cool and very famous principle in software engineering that we decided to apply to this project as well. It's the DRIVE principle, or simply don't repeat yourself. By creating common middlewares, data transformation, normalization, and media pipelines, utility functions, and extensible spider classes, we prepared the terrain for creating new spiders while keeping it a little bit more sane to fix the old ones. Imagine that now any fix introduced on those common parts are now shared between all our active spiders. And also, since spiders follow the same basic structure, it's easier to welcome new developers on board. But how do we make them even more reusable? Let's first remember how spiders are written. This is a very simple example. It's the Hello World for Scrapy spiders. It's crawling books from the books.toscrape.com website. You can see that it mixes crawling and extraction logic. What works very well for simple spiders, but can become quite complex with an additional number of fields. Imagine that you have a spider that needs to extract multiple fields from a product page, like, for example, name, description, manufacturer code, seller code, which, by the way, are different things, regular price, offer price, sometimes promotional codes, images, and you need to make sure that you're not extracting related product images, and you need to make sure you are sticking to the main product images. Similar offers, breadcrumbs, and etc. But what if we created some class that, given a response, would be able to extract data from that specific page type? That's when I came up with these parser classes that I initialize with a response and create properties that parse those item fields into meaningful values. In this example, my book parser is receiving a response during its initialization. And there's a property that returns the book title. It's a very simple change in our spider. Now it can focus on navigation logic and leave the extraction logic to someone else, our book parser. Instead of executing all those selectors inside the callback method, we are using a parser object to fetch those properties. And suddenly, it's now possible to write simple test case for each property, as easy as this one that you are seeing on your screen. We can have a helper function to load fixture files into a Scrapy response object. Then we can initialize our parser class with this response object. And with the resulting parser object, we can access its properties and write simple assertions like parser.name equals to a light in the attic. If you need to add more properties, you make sure the previous ones are still working. If you need to fix some edge cases, you make sure the previous ones are still working. And if the website was updated, you just need to update the fixture and fix only what's not working. And of course, while making sure all the previous test cases are still passing. And now you can use TDD, test-driven development, to build or increment your spiders. Here we are making sure our book parser class should be able to properly extract QNC and price information out of product pages. In this case, we are loading a fixture file from our local disk, and it's just the HTML source code from the page we are trying to extract the data from. We initialize our book parser with the response, and then we can assert that parser.qnc equals to pounds, and our parser.price equals to 51.77. To make your new test case to pass, you need to teach our book parser how to extract those new properties. And it's done by creating new properties. Here you put all the extraction logic needed to return those meaningful values that we are expecting for. Eventually, I found out that our strategy was very similar to a pattern described by Martin Fowler, called page object. And we actually had an internal team working at something heavily inspired by this pattern at that time, in a project called Scrapy PO, where PO stands for page object. The project was splitted and renamed into Web Poet and Scrapy Poet. WebPoet implements the page object pattern. It's the core of our libraries. It defines a standard for extracting data from web pages, and it doesn't handle I/O, for example, network. You can write a page object that works with Scrapy, Async I/O, or even the requests library. This provides portability and reusability of the code. It's framework agnostic. ScrapePoet, on its turn, is the bridge between Scrapy and WebPoet page objects. It uses type hinting to build a dependency injection system that I will show you in a while. This is how a page object looks like using WebPoet. It's very similar to our initial approach, using those book parser classes, isn't it? I'd like to take your attention to some things here. We are using a base page object called itemWebPage. It defines a default method called toItem that should make use of those properties to build a generic item that in this case is a Python dictionary. It could be a list if we were, for example, extracting links from a search result page. And this item web page declares a dependency on this response data class. Within WebPoet's scope, it's identified as a page object input class. It's used to bridge the external world with our page objects. And this is how it looks under the hood. Very simple indeed. You just need to create an instance of this class using wherever you have available at the moment. If it's a test case, you can load the content from a file in your disk. You can load it from a database. You can even use a Scrapy request or whatever library you are using to handle network connections. And that's when ScrapyPoet becomes very handy, because it provides a middleware that automatically builds and injects those dependencies using type hinting as a reference. So a spider written using WebPoet page objects and ScrapyPoet should look like this. You have the page object definition, which in this case is the book page. And in the parse book callback, you don't receive a response, because with ScrapyPoet, responses become optional. You receive instead an argument called bookPage, which has a type bookPage, our page object class. ScrapyPoet understands what we would like to receive, and it uses the response to build an instance of this class. This way, we can just yield the results of the toItem method call. And that would bring us all the meaningful values that we want to extract from this website. And of course, we are eating our own dog food. Scraping Hub's goal is to use WebPoet and ScrapyPoet internally to provide a sustainable way to improve results within our AutoExtract service API. AutoExtract is an API capable of automatically extracting information from web content. It's mainly based on machine learning algorithms, but we all know that sometimes there's that tricky website out of the curve that's preventing us from extracting meaningful results for our customers. With WebPoet page objects, we will be able to fine-tune our results with handcrafted custom page objects, providing the best data extraction to our customers. We don't have enough time to go through all the endless possibilities that could be achieved with WebPoet and ScrapyPoet. And those projects are on their very early stages. That means they are constantly evolving. So I'd like to invite you to take a closer look at our documentation and open source GitHub repositories as well. Please get in touch if you have any question, and feel free to use and contribute to those projects. This was my quick introduction to WebPoet and ScrapyPoet projects. I hope it was meaningful and somehow provided value, or at least some insights for you to use in your own web scraping projects. Thank you.
Thanks, Victor. I think we're just unmuting you. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Great. So we do have some questions. I'm not sure if you can see them, but I can ask you them anyway. So the first one was, how does WebPoet compare to item loaders?
Okay, this is a nice one. And item loaders has a different API. It helps to build an interface between your selectors and your item loading task. But that being said, the API, the idea behind it is a little bit different. So I don't think it compares to the way we are using those parser classes and WebPoet page objects. And of course, until recently, they were tightly coupled with Scrapy, and while page objects, they are very framework agnostic in a way.
Great. Another question was, do you ever worry you're throwing away information that later you might want? It seems to me if you only extract curated items, you might miss extra information that might answer questions you don't yet have.
Yeah, it depends from project to project. We have a kind of a schema that covers pretty much all of the meaningful fields we have been learning working in this industry for the past 10 years, I believe. But of course, we have some tasks and some internal research operations where we store a little bit more of information and we try to go a little bit further. And as I mentioned before, it depends from projects to projects. There are customers that find value in storing all the information possible. And there are other customers that they really need that specific piece of information to be extracted because depending on the operation they are running, to be honest, some information they are not very useful in the next month or two. So it really depends.
Great. Another question what processes or tools do you use to monitor the health of 100+ spiders?
Cool. We use Scrapy Cloud, and it already provides like a bunch of tools to monitor Scrapy outcomes and memory usage, network requests. We have Crawlera dashboards, which shows a lot of useful information about how many endpoints this spider is hitting and stuff like that. And we use a library, an open source library called SpiderMon. I will just write in the chat so that you can search about it. Okay, I can see the chat right now. And it's open source, is maintained by our folks here at Scraping Hub, and it integrates with things like Sentry and Slack. You can write monitors, some conditions to trigger some alerts if something goes wrong with your spiders.
Great. We're also getting some comments about your Christmas tree. I think it's the first we've seen today. So people are excited to see that in the background. And oh yeah, so I think she was just also commenting that saying, saving the raw HTML, you can have the ability to parse them later and it can save us from errors, etc. So I think she was just probably agreeing, I think, with you. Any direct links to the HTTP API? Stephen M is saying he's a newbie, as you might have picked up.
Any direct link to the HTTP API? I'm not sure if I got this question.
Okay, maybe we'll get Stephen to come in. Could you rerun your page objects on stored HTML responses if you needed to correct an error?
Yeah, sure. As I mentioned, they are very framework agnostic, so I can load the page doing a real world request to the real endpoint, or I can load it from disk, from a database, from a Google Cloud Storage bucket, an S3 bucket from Amazon, or any kind of cache you have, any kind of backup or previous data you have stored.
So a question in from Dominic is, the main advantage of Poet to separate the logic of items generation, you would still need to have a book parser for each site with the CSS paths.
Yes, you'd need to write those selectors. As I was mentioning, if you have a simple spider, I don't think it makes much sense to have everything separated, because you are introducing more complexity to the spiders. But if you have slightly more complex spiders, or in our case, for example, when you need to reuse some selectors across different projects, extracting from the same source, it starts to make sense, right? The scale brings this necessity.
Great. Not sure have we any other questions for Victor? Just waiting to see, because there's people typing. I know we've also shared in the chat, you mentioned auto extract again, and there's the auto extract beta, and the URL is there. We're actually looking for people to come in and beta that for us. So the link is there. It's in the chat. If anyone wants to sign up, we'd love to get your feedback. And yeah. Oh, you put up the GitHub link for Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Great. Oh, we have one more in. Is your WebPoet book scraper example in GitHub?
I think most of the examples are in the official documentations of WebPoet and ScrapyPoet. And I reinforce it. Please take a look at that documentation, because even if you end up not using those projects, Mikhail and Ivan and myself included, we put a lot of effort trying to make those documentations very complete. So they paint all over the how spiders are written and how it works, how Scrapy deals with some of the inner details of web scraping. So it's very interesting, very interesting. It's a learning journey.
Great. Actually, we do have some time. So we have, so from Kevin, we have, you say framework agnostic. Does that also mean language agnostic? Do you intend to make WebPoet a language agnostic, domain specific scrape standard language that describes intent and around which tooling can be built?
Well, this is a deep perspective. And at the moment, I don't think we are planning to move away from Python. We could, of course, create some wrappers around other languages. This is not in the roadmap at the moment. But as I mentioned, this project is in its early stages, and who knows in the future if we end up implementing a domain-specific language that covers this feature.
Great. Okay. Any more questions for Victor? Just wait a few minutes. Okay. All right. I think that's it. Thanks, Victor. So that was the last session of the day. I suppose I want to thank everybody for attending, and we hope you found the day interesting. And I think we had a lot of interaction, so we really thank you for that. We will be emailing you the recordings. And again, don't forget to join our LinkedIn group to continue the connection and I suppose develop the community that we hope to build up around Extract Summit. We definitely hope to bring you Extract Summit 2021, whether it be in person or a virtual event again, but we will definitely be here next year. And we'd love to get your feedback on this event and whether you liked it being virtual and how you found the content. And we'll be sending you a survey as well tomorrow, and we'd love you to fill that out for us and give us your feedback. And also, as you sat listening today to all of the talks, you might be thinking, you know what, I have a story in me, and we'd love you to start thinking about if you would like to be a speaker next year. And we'll put out a request for proposals probably, in 2021 early, so you can start thinking about that. I just wanted to offer a big thank you from everyone here at Scraping Hub. And we were just so delighted with your interactions and your participation in the day. And so thank you from everybody here. And we look forward to bringing you Extract Summit 2021. Thank you.